Hi and welcome. Happy holidays. I'm Jennifer Britton, the author of Effective Virtual Conversations and several other business books. Whether we've met before here on YouTube or you've met me through my writing, thank you for spending some time to join us. 2020 has been an exceptional year. There have been lots of opportunities as well as challenges. I hope that you and your loved ones are continuing to do well. I know, however, many of you have been impacted by coronavirus and other elements that have come out of the pandemic. This year, rather than just doing my standard year-end group and team programs call, I felt that it was important to do something a little bit more festive and bring people together for conversation. If anything, 2020 has taught us the power of community and the importance of bringing people together. So this year, I hosted a 4-hour year-end holiday party. Put it out last minute because experimentation, just getting things done when done isn't necessarily perfect, has been a key mantra for myself and so many other professionals in the virtual space. What follows is the 4-hour conversation. Throughout it, I was joined by many great professionals, including those people who were just graduates of the Standout Virtually Incubator program. You'll meet Kathleen Vaughan, who talks about the kaleidoscope of teams. You'll meet Luisa Fiore, who's going to talk about messaging for helping remote leaders of all kinds thrive. You'll also meet Lisa Hoashi, who talked to us and got us leading through a conversation around what were the opportunities of 2020. And then Paola Ferrario, Dr. Paola Ferrario, who talks to us a little bit about authenticity and sustainability in today's world. About 2.5 hours in, I was joined by the PlanDoTrack Facilitators, or two of them, Michelle Mullins and Michelle Bastock, and we had a great conversation around remote productivity and also remote performance. If you're interested in learning more about PlanDoTrack or Coaching Business Builder, please head on over to PlanDoTrack.com. As many of you know, PlanDoTrack was released 2 years ago. It is a workbook planner for remote and virtual professionals, a big passion area of mine, stemming back to the 1990s when I led remote teams globally for organizations, including the United Nations. We wrapped up the call actually on Friday with a little bit of visioning work, and I hope that if you have some time, flash forward to the 3-hour and 45-minute mark where I take you through 5 questions to think about for 2021. Tucked in there towards the end is also 2 things. The call is actually bookended by my 17th annual year-end reflection call, which is a 30-minute call on some of the themes and highlights we saw in the world of group and team programming. And finally, at the end of the call, almost at the 3.5-hour mark, you will see and be able to listen to some of the themes that I'm foreseeing will take us forward in 2021. I want to wish you and your loved ones a fantastic holiday season. Be well, be safe. I hope that you'll have some time for yourself to renew and think about what you want to put out and create in the world in 2021. I hope that I'll be part of that journey, and visit us online at groupcoachingessentials.ca as well as stand out virtually. And with that, on to our party. Enjoy. Let us know, comment, also share with your friends, and I look forward to continuing to support you. Take care. Bye-bye. How's it going?
Good. And you?
Look at this. We got antlers. We got a whole bunch of stuff. I got my antlers on as well. Yay. So happy holidays. I'm going to stop share so we can see who's here. People are just starting to dial in. Whether this is, this may be the first time we've been in this combination, but I want to say, hey, welcome. Thanks for taking time. Whether it is, you are here for an hour, you're going to be here for the full time. We are going to have more people dropping in throughout the day. I'm recording this, so part of this will be chopped up and will go online. I feel a bit silly with these. I'll put these up here. I want to take you through a bit of a holiday exciting round. So would anyone like to just say hi and where you're calling in from, just so because some of you might be here for a few hours. So I'm going to start letting people in. I'm going to go to Leah. Leah, where are you phoning in from today?
Hello, Jennifer. I'm Leah, obviously, calling in from Asturias in northern Spain, but I'm originally from the UK, but I live permanently in Spain now.
So good to have you here. Let's go over to Kanal. Good to see you, Kanal. How are you doing? Where are you calling in from today?
Hi, everybody. I'm calling in from the south of Germany.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And Marty, where are you calling in from?
Frederick, Maryland.
All right.
Hello, everybody.
Good to have you here. I'm going to go down to Jocelyn. Hey, Jocelyn. Glad you can make it.
Yeah, hi.
Where are you calling in from today?
Toronto.
Yay. And from Jocelyn, we'll go to Marielle. Hi, Marielle.
Hi, good morning, everybody. I'm calling from Saskatoon, Saskatchewan.
Fantastic. Next, going to go over to Kathy Vaughan. Hey, Kathy. Where are you today?
Jennifer, how are you? I'm calling in from Nairobi, Kenya.
All right, looking good today, Kathy. And Kathy, let's go up to we'll go up to Paola. Paola, where are you calling in from?
Hello, Jennifer. Hello, everyone. I'm calling from Milan, Italy.
All right, we've got Milan in the house. And from Paola, we'll go to Luisa.
Hi, everybody. Hi, Jennifer. In Milan as well.
All right, so there we
Yeah.
go. And then I'm going to go from Luisa to Elisa. Hi, Elisa.
Hello, everyone. From Milan. I see you
right.
from Milan.
Oh.
There we go. I love, you know me, I've always worked globally from Milan. I'm going to go over to Ade. Hi, Ade. Where are you calling in from this afternoon?
Hello, everyone. I'm calling from Lagos, Nigeria.
All right.
Oh,
Love
wow.
this. Love this. And then we've got CJ. Hi, CJ. Thanks for joining us today. Would you like to let us know where you are in the world?
I'm calling in from Hawaii.
Hawaii. All
Wow.
right. Nice. And then I'm going to go up to Michelle. Hi, Michelle. Where are you calling in from today?
Hello, everyone. I'm calling in from snowy British Columbia, Canada. Much cooler than Hawaii, and I'm envious.
Well, I'm like Michelle. Yes, I think it was minus 17 Celsius outside my window this morning. I'm just happy today was not a drive my child to school day. He's doing online learning today. So it was a bit nippy outside the door. It's beautifully sunny, but a little cold. So I'm an hour north, probably where Jocelyn is, in a little place called East Gwillimbury, which even people in Toronto don't know where East Gwillimbury is, but it's a little hamlet, north edge of the city. North of me are farmers' fields. Everything south of me is been built up. So wherever you're calling in from, and we've got Whitney. Hey, Whitney, we're just getting started. Whitney's getting started. She's on the West Coast. Everyone's been sharing. We've got Milan.
Good morning.
We've got Germany. We've got across the US, Canada. So wherever you're calling in from, happy holidays. This actually is sort of the evolution of what always has been a year-end group and team programs call. The first year of my business back in 2004, I felt that it was really important to bring people together to look at group and team programs, the thing that I've always been passionate about in my business. And so in those days back, I very vividly remember December 2004, we were doing these on bridge lines. And my intention back then was to bring people together for a conversation and a lot of learning. So every year since, it's looked a little different. Some years there have been dozens. I think the last few years it was just me talking to a video. And so this year I was like, I want to do something a little bit different. And I have to say, I was catalyzed by some of my colleagues here on the line, the phone, the Zoom line today that you'll be hearing from, because we've got amazing people doing amazing work. And I hope that today's holiday party is a bit of an inspiration and a fueler for you as well. And so it's not just going to be me taking us through this 4 hours. We've got a bit of an agenda. I don't have an official MC, but I have a slide deck, which is my MC today. So here's where we're going. We're going to be recording this whole thing. If you don't want to be on video, that's fine. Just please take a moment now and turn off your video, because we're going to be chopping up some of this and putting it out into the world in different formats in the coming weeks and months. So first of all, welcome from wherever you are in the world. This is officially the first part of this call, which is like the 17th annual group and team programs year-end call. As sort of like the overall host, I'm going to take you through a little section in this first part. We're going to look back at like what's been happening in the world of group and team programming. It's been really an exciting year. If you're a coach, you'll know that the ICF has launched the team coaching markers, or sorry, team coaching competencies, and probably coming soon are going to be markers around that. At 1:30, I'm going to be turning over the baton to Kathy Vaughan, and Kathy is going to be taking us through a really wonderful presentation called The Kaleidoscope View of Teamwork. I think very, very fitting. From there, at 11 a.m., we'll move over to Luisa, and Luisa is going to take us through some survival tips for remote workers, how to unlock and achieve great, impactful virtual conversations. And then at 11:30, we will pass to Lisa Hoashi. She's going to take us through a hands-on reflective session called What Were the Opportunities of 2020? Next, Paola, Dr. Paola Fiore, will take us through authenticity and sustainability at the core. And we'll take some breaks as we go, because being online, of course, is a little fatiguing. So I've got a few party games, a few things that I hope you will find fun. Please feel free to stand up, at any time, move around, because I know for many of you, it's getting later in the day as well, especially for those of you in Europe. So feel free, if you need to turn off your video. At 12:30, Michelle Bastock, who is one of the PlanDoTrack virtual facilitators, she and I, along with Michelle Mullins and potentially one or two of the other virtual facilitators for PDT, we're going to talk and shift our gear to focus onto remote and digital productivity and teamwork. And we'll have about an hour helping you think about, like, what does productivity mean for you this year going forward? Hope that you'll leave with a bit of a sense of what's possible for your traction in the coming year. At 1:30, in our last half an hour, I'm going to do a formal future focus. Where might we be going with some of the trends in the upcoming year, whether we're working virtually, digitally, or online, or with groups, with teams, or with businesses. So I want to say thank you. Thank you for being here. We've done a bit of a, where are you calling in from? We heard it verbally, but I think for people who might be listening to this, otherwise, they might be interested in seeing where you are on the map. So if you are able and have access to your annotation, find where you are on the map. It's sort of interesting when we work with groups and teams. It's a really nice way to visually see where we are in the world. As we've heard, we've got people from Hawaii all the way to Nigeria, from Spain and Germany over to US and Canada. We've got Kathy as well in Africa. So please take a moment and just dot yourself on the map. If you're not familiar with annotation, you will see that at the top of your screen, close by where you're viewing Jennifer Britton's screen. I'll put my own little dot up here, down here somewhere, right there. All right. So regardless of where you're calling in from today, what I think is fascinating is we can be here having a party all together, some starting the day, some ending the day, and I hope that you'll all get some great value. My invite is, think about what you'd like to learn today. Whether you're here for an hour or you're here for all 4 hours, what is that thing that you want to leave our conversation with? Take a moment, write that down. I'll invite you, actually, I don't have worksheets for today, as I might normally do, but I would ask you to please take some notes around what you'd like to get out of this learning for yourself. Because investing time is, in today's world, I think, just as important as investing dollars. All right, if you'd like, take a screenshot, notice where we are. No one in Iceland or Greenland. I have to say, I was reflecting on this yesterday that I really would like to go to Greenland. In fact, my son said, Mom, when the planes are flying again, or when we're able to travel, can we please go to Iceland? And so maybe that's my 2021 trip. A little cool in my mind, but when else might I go to Iceland with my son? So we're going to go out, and I'm going to just actually stop my share because Zoom is doing some interesting things. There we go. I'd like you to just put in the chat for a moment. What is that one thing you want to take out of our time as we start to step into group and team programs, reflection? What is the one thing you'd like to get out of today? And I'd love for you to just share that in chat so that I have an indication of where we might take some of this conversation. So for Leah, it's gaining new insights in team and group coaching and to connect. For Luisa, it's about having some fun and sharing. For Whitney, a few new ideas for next year and what to try next. For Marielle, new ideas that will inspire me. Excellent. And I think there's a lot. So I've got some fun party things in just a minute, but let me jump in with by starting to say, like, where have we been this year? Where are we? Given that this is now my 17th annual, I wish I had slides from my first few years of presentations. Again, those were just on the phone. They were not in this environment where I could share a presentation. But as I look back at what's been some of the themes, we've seen everything from virtual to remote, learning curves to connection, a thirst for live conversation, and also continued focus on the need for both taking action and getting into awareness. I'm going to take a moment to take us through like some of these. I think a lot of these are things that you're doing each and every day. But one of the things is we really stepped into this world. I've been so present and thinking about is like, what's going to help you stand out? Many of you know, and I think from looking around the room, many of you have joined me in recent months for the Stand Out Virtually challenges. And these are 5-day daily meetings or daily calls to help you get clear on who you are and how you want to stand out, similar to this yellow sort of paper mache airplane. The digital space, the virtual space is really full, and all of you are doing great work. And so what that means is we need to get even crisper or clearer on what our messaging is. This year, as we've really embraced this new world of work, whether we're working remotely, digitally, virtually, or online, I've also been brought into a lot of conversations saying, well, what do we call our work? And I've really been listening intently, especially in these last 2 to 3 months, as the languaging of the world and the business world continues to change. What I've found interesting is that the words around virtual keep coming back time and time again. And I don't just say that having been an author writing effective virtual conversations several years ago, but as many of you know, I love this term because it takes us back to the Latin word of virtus, or excellence, potency, and efficacy. And I'd like you to really think about what's going to help amplify your work as you go into 2021. My guess is it's about creating more excellence, more efficacy, and more amplification or potency. One of the things I did at the start of the pandemic was actually start doing a daily reading series. I don't know if any of you caught these, but if you head on over to effectivevirtualconversations.com, at the blog, every day I was doing a 5-minute author reading from EVC, from that book that you can see there. I don't have a copy with me, but I started at the start. I did not read the full 440 pages, but you can listen to days 1 through 66. And why I did it for so long. Thank you, Marty's got it there. Show it, Marty. Marty's got it there. Really, like, for some, it's become like the go-to resource to help, figure out where do you go. Marty, how do you use it in your work?
Mostly just looking at it. I have never read it all the way through. I just look at different pages, and very, very helpful.
And like any of my writing, if you're meeting me for the first time, look me up in Amazon, Jennifer J. Britton, and every book I've written, it's like they are never books that you read cover to cover. They're like hopefully interesting reference guides. But with virtual, right, we are in a big ecosystem from coaching conversations to parties. And I'd like you to think about how you can be amplifying your work in this next year and your impact. Part of that will take you into the world of remote work. Just quick show of hands, or actually it'll be easier, quick show in chat, who's doing remote work, okay? Or who supports those doing remote work. My guess is everyone on the call. So if you're supporting a client who works remotely, whether that's an individual, a team, or a group, just put remote in the chat. And we'll see how many people are saying remote. Yep, me. Everyone really right now, like certainly here in Toronto, we've gone to lockdown again. And unless you're an essential worker, you've been working remote or you've been working hybrid. So what's interesting is, I think most people have figured out how to work remote well, or at least how to maintain. When we want to go to thrive in the remote space, I think we want to go back to some of the basics. And many of you have heard me share at some point during 2020, a framework I iterated back in January of this year, which I call the 7 remote enablers. When we're working with any sort of remote individual, group, or team, these are 7 areas that really, like levers, can help us amplify, magnify our impact. So I'd like you to think about your work, your conversations right now. Are there some of these that would be more useful to look at, like helping your clients communicate better or collaborate better? Maybe thinking about how you're building community as an individual or a team. Maybe your focus is more around building things out consistently. And I know some of you were with me recently at the 5-day challenge. Consistency is key in order to be seen. We also want to make sure that we're sending things out that are clear. So if you're looking to 2021, what can you be doing to further amplify, clarify your work, your message? And that needs to connect. It needs to connect with others. It needs to also build into the layers of connection I'm going to get to in just a minute. The other big piece, which we won't touch on today, but I think definitely deserves a mention, is the piece around culture. Culture on multiple levels, our geographic cultures, our organizational cultures. 2020 has been a year where, you know, we all are saying we need all the voices in the room. And as virtual and remote facilitators, what are we doing to ensure that we're incorporating different styles, different types of calls, different approaches? So I'm guessing this year, another one of the themes I saw was ongoing learning. And I want you to think about what your learning curves have been. If you haven't taken stock of your year, this is an inquiry question for you to think about. What are the things you're doing now that a year ago you weren't doing? What are the things that you're doing now that you never imagined you would be doing? And similar, I think, to this graphic, right? We sometimes find ourselves in a bit of a maze. When we're in the maze, we cannot see where we're going. We know that we're moving somewhere. So I have to say, with the maze view in my line of work, this is where I sort of felt like earlier this year, I was in a maze. I knew I had effective virtual conversations and was taking it out. But it wasn't until really the summer months when this new brand of Stand Out Virtually started coming together that I could really start to see how my work was further evolving. So my invite is, think about where you are in your own maze. Are you in one of the roads, which is a dead end? Or are you in a roadway where you can be seen? So welcome to those that are just diving in. We're talking a little bit about some of the themes of group and team programming. And while we may be in a learning curve, so might our clients as well. I would be remiss to not point to one other area, which is really the layers of connection. And in your work, think about how you're connecting people. A theme for 2020 is we want to connect in with others. And with connecting in with others, it's about building that trust. So you noticed I started off our call today, like, even where are you calling in from? If we don't feel connected, we're not going to listen. We're going to multitask. You've heard me also say how important it is as a coach for people to connect to you, to get to know you, to get to know your content, and to also connect with the context. So we've got some exercises coming up in the next 4 hours to get you thinking about what's outside your window, what's in your home, and we'll use technology as the enabler to get there. So these were just a few of the areas I thought were important in my travels. I want to say one of the fun things, and Ade's been with us in the last week for the Standout Virtually. I want to stop this because Ade was one of the people who had actually shared some feedback around her experience with the challenge. So Ade, the good news is, where are you? You won. You got to win. And here, I had a conversation with Ade. He's like, you know what, Ade, I wish you'd won, but I put your name in the wheel of names, which is a little tool we'll use later today, and upspun your name with like, so Ade, congratulations. You are able to choose from any one of the on-demand courses that I've recorded over time. So from marketing tips to remote team builders, you and I can have an offline conversation and you can keep on learning at your own pace. So congratulations.
Great, thank you.
So there you go. I was gonna be a little bit on the edge and say, like, let me show the wheel of names. If we have time today, I'll show it. It's a really cool tool. If you ever need to do like a drawing, you can put people's names in it and the wheel will actually start drawing. It will start rolling around. So you just saw a screenshot. I'll go back to the screenshot. Ade is the winner for the drawing for the challenge feedback form. So just to recap, you know, those different areas that really were some main themes this year: virtual, remote, learning curves, connection, live conversation, which we're going to go to in just a minute, and then making sure that we're supporting people in both action and awareness. So I'm going to stop my share because I'm going to jump ahead. And when I jump ahead in our screen deck, I'm just going to give Kathy Vaughan, who's going to be taking over from me in about 5 minutes. Kathy, I'm wondering, do you need me to pull up your slides, or do you want me to get you to be the host? Your call. You'll be the host? Okay, I'm going to pass to Kathy in just a moment. So with that in mind, want to take us to one little quick warm up, because this is supposed to be a holiday party. Love to bring some voices in with all those ideas. What are the areas that you want to make sure you're building on next year? So is it virtual? Is it connection? Is it live conversation? What's the one area you want to build upon as you go forward into 2021? I'd love to have someone put up their hand and just say, here's what I'm committed to doing. What are you committed to doing, building upon in 2021? Yeah, over to you.
Thank you. Connection with technology. I need to actually learn to love social media, because at the moment I don't love it. So I need to love it because it's kind of holding me back in a way. So yes, build up my love for social media if it's possible.
Would anyone else put their hand up on that? Yeah. So notice, and again, if we look at the chat, like Lee Wen is saying personal brand, right? And actually this was the impetus. I've continued this year to do a lot of surveys asking business owners, but especially asking coaches, what are the issues that are most important to you? What was interesting and why I'd put Ade's name there is because I also wanted to share some of the feedback that I've received, not just through the challenge, but I did a survey a couple of months ago around what are the biggest challenges for you as a business owner. I thought it might be like, oh, having tools, having other, but you know what? It's continuing to be marketing and branding. And that, in fact, was the reason why back in the fall, back in October, I launched a new program where we have really 4 graduates here today. I launched with their help the Standout Virtually Incubator Program, which is really, and I'll let them describe it in their own words, but it was really a program which was intended to help professionals, especially working with corporations, start to build out their brand, their messaging, and some of their elements like case studies, slide decks, etc. So today we've got Kathy, we've got Luisa, we've got Paola, and we will also be joined by Lisa, and they're going to do a bit of a presentation. As part of the inaugural incubator group, we've spent like 8 weeks really looking at what is it in terms of your brand? How do you want to stand out in the virtual space? And I think we could all, myself included, continue to benefit from amplifying that, expanding it, etc. In fact, today I'm also going to announce a new 2021 program of a mastermind that I'm calling Amplify. It's going to be the Amplify Virtually, because I'm so committed in my work to really helping people continue to move forward with what their work can look like in this space. So we're going to party on first. Kathy, do you need another minute, or are you good to go? Because I've got a little fun one that I do want to just share. Let me bring it up. And it's just a little bit of a, I'm going to jump ahead. It's just a little bit of a fun thing. As a young girl, I loved to really take time looking at word searches. So let's go to this word search here. This is one I made up for our Remote Pathways podcast. I want everyone to lean in, and I want you to look at the words that jump off the screen at you, okay? So look at the words that are jumping off the screen. The words can go right to left, left to right, up and down, but there's about 20 words buried in this screen. I have to say, the first time I looked at it, the first word that jumped out at me was rage. I don't know if anyone else saw the rage, But then I saw projects. Look at what your colleagues are seeing. Intentionality. Grab your pen, highlight the words that you're seeing. And this is just a little bit of a fun way to do some party time. So you can grab your marker, you can grab your highlighter. What are the words that you're seeing? Yeah, someone beat me to it. Marielle, you beat me to it. The planning, programs, projects. What else are you seeing there? Intentionality, momentum, innovation, remote. Has anyone found collaboration yet? Influence, trust. We've got some other big words like, yeah, collaboration. We've got change, fun. Jocelyn found eat.
Growth.
Growth. Yeah, growth is there. So a lot of different words, but what's fun about it, and someone said, I want to find some cool tools. I created this, right? I did this up in about 10 minutes. You can go on over to thewordsearch.com, thewordsearch.com, and you can create your own word search for any group. Sort of fun, isn't it? Right? So you could say, okay, I want to create a word search for leaders. I want to create a word search for business owners. This was one that my co-host Michelle Mullins and I created for remote pathways. And within the remote pathways world, very much it's about helping people grow, innovate, collaborate, plan, as well as have fun in their own remote adventures. So with that, I want to say a big thank you. One more thing that I want to leave you with before we segue into some additional presentations is simply a couple of other things to keep in mind as you go forward with your work, thinking of other trends from this year. I hope truly that this is just a bit of an intermission, right? Like this year has been so much of change, disruption, crisis. As a former leader with the United Nations, that was the context in which I led for many, many years. And one of the things that's really important to help keep people moving is our vision. So my hope is that you will retain time focused on your vision and will keep that vision ahead of you as you continue to take action and awareness. And with that, it's now 10:30, perfect timing. I'm going to be passing the baton to Kathy Vaughan, and I just want to bring up on another screen, I want to just do Kathy some, favor to do an introduction of her and her work. I've been privileged to know Kathy and her work as a facilitator and a coach for many, many years, and I think she can do a great description for herself. With that, she's going to talk about an area that certainly I know, Kathy, you're very passionate about, which is the kaleidoscope view of teams. And so first, I'm going to make sure that I've given her permission to share this. Kathy, I'm going to let you do an invite in terms of being able to, give a professional overview. And now you can share. So hopefully you're seeing that you've got shared slide ability. Kathy, what would you like us to know about you and your work right now as a coach and as a facilitator?
Thanks, Jennifer. So good evening, good morning, everyone. I'm sorry, I have like World War III going on in the background.
We'll start. Kathy is living the remote dream, as we call it, at the Remote Pathways podcast. We'll officially start. Is there anything you need to do, Kathy, before you get started?
They know I'm live.
They know you're live. Fantastic.
Yep.
Kathy, like so many of us, she's a mom, she's a business owner, she's a professional. And I would just say you'll see some new writing coming out for me in the new year. And I take a look at like what's happened in the remote space. In the drawing my illustrator created of 2020, it's all about, professionals on Zoom with the kids, in the background. So Kathy, I think, has just stepped off for a moment to talk about the kaleidoscope of teamwork. But what I've loved on this side, like our lives are blending, right? We show up on a call, we step off. We might have lunch with our kids, have lunch with our parents, whomever we can be in dialogue with. And it's changed the way we work. It's changed the way we operate. And so with that, you know, very much, I think Kathy's topic today of the kaleidoscope is going to be so important. So we're going to start officially, and I want to welcome Kathy, or Kathleen Vaughan, who is an amazingly seasoned executive and team coach. She's going to take us through the kaleidoscope of teamwork. And what I'd say, Kathy's got a fixed presentation, but we want to make this interactive. Certainly, if you have questions, we want to leave a bit of time, I think, at the end of this, Kathy, to take some questions for others. So over to you, Kathy.
Thank you, Jennifer. And again, greetings everyone from Nairobi, Kenya. As Jennifer said, my name is Kathleen Vaughan, and it's a real pleasure to be with you tonight. And for some of you, it's morning. And I think this is all part of the different lenses we're wearing as we move forward in the world, wherever we might be, whatever we're doing in it, how we're living, and perhaps what we're looking for in the new year. So my goal tonight is to have you think more deeply around how are we interacting. We have moved this year very differently in how we work, but to really think about what does that mean for the future. So a little more about myself. I work with committed leaders and teams to transform how they work and the impact they have on the world. I've been privileged enough to work with some really amazing entrepreneurs, humanitarian workers, development entities, and even leading corporations, both here in Kenya, where I've been living for the last 13 years, but also across the globe. And that part has been extremely fun. And I really appreciate that in this season, I've also been able to work virtually with others like Jennifer, Luisa, Paola, and Luisa, but also new colleagues in Asia and other colleagues in the US. So that's been a lot of fun. So without further ado, some of you may remember January. It sounds like really far away. And maybe in January, you were like this lion in Nairobi National Park, walking arrogantly down that path. You knew where you were going. You had a plan. That plan might have included working virtually, might have included some new products, might have been a new business. But like many of us, we ended up here, like this mother and child rhino in Nairobi National Park, in the mud, wallowing around, with the buildings behind us increasingly closing in on us. And that's where I want to start this jump off into the conversation about teamwork, not teams per se, but more about the work of teams and this concept of delivering through teams, whether they be intact teams, distributed teams, whether they are real teams, but this concept of teamwork. And so let's begin. So what are some of the challenges for teamwork? Bright lights, shiny. Many of us have experienced that this year. We've gone from work from home, not really sure. Let's do it all up, right? Woo! Let's go a bit like this carousel. And I identified 4 challenges I think I wanted to share a little bit with you about how people have experienced delivering through the team. So the first, of course, is a disruption. And this disruption is the real disruption of the pandemic and work from home, but also the digital disruption. There's been, even prior to this year, a lot of disruption in many sectors. I was just thinking of my hometown of Tokyo, and this year, for the first time, almost everywhere went cashless. So while I was in high school growing up using cards to call phones to any part in the world on a payphone, I didn't need cash, but I had cards. There was still this concept of giving cash and receiving cash back. It was part of the interaction. It was the social connection. And Japan finally went cashless. in many transactions. So that's how disruptive this year has been. So there's just overall disruption for, on businesses and on digitalization and how we work. I was listening to the colleague who was just talking about social media and gamification, right? So how do we engage people in doing work? The next is the drag, and this existed prior to COVID, but the drag is literally the drag. Those things that just suck our energy. You get up and even maybe before you've had your cup of coffee, you're looking at your Bluetooth phone, your mobile, right? Maybe you even have a BlackBerry if you remember those, and you're checking email. And you spend your first hour just trying to catch up on what do I need to know to go and do my work. There's been a study that was done that if we just counted how many hours people spend at mid-level management reading emails and being in meetings, that's 48 hours. We only have 24 hours in a day. So the drag is increasingly getting in the way of us delivering through the team, but also working, this concept of teamwork. Next is distraction. I've had my own today. It's constant in our work from home, and it is very unplanned. So that's, again, perhaps the work from home or remote work, some of the routines you have to manage. But the other part of it is cognitively, behaviorally, effectively. When we're doing our work, many of us are multitasking. We might spend 3 minutes on something, and then every 20 minutes or 30 minutes, we're changing our context and what we're working on altogether, especially if you're working in work that is working with colleagues around the globe. If you don't have a dedicated role, you're working on many different projects. That means then that in a day, we might only have 2 hours of doing our core work because it takes us another 30 minutes to get our cognitively back to that space we were in. And that could be planned, right? I might say before coffee or tea, I'm going to do X. And then after coffee, I'm going to go to Y, right? That just seems like logical, but I'm actually giving myself a break, but I might be giving myself so much of a break that I have so much trouble trying to get back on. I spend time just trying to reconnect with the work of what I need to do. So there's lots of distraction there. And the last is the drama, and I love this word. So there's the drama here is wanting to look relevant. I want to be seen to be productive. And many people are struggling with how do I get seen? So being productive is being present in meetings. It is sending emails. It's making things look nice that may not have, that may be shallow in their actual cognitive thinking or using big words, right? So it's the drama of being seen in an increasingly complex world. So disruption, drag, distraction, and drama. So what have people asked? And I just want to check the chat here. Jennifer, can you help me with the chat because I can't read it on my screen? So the response in many ways this year has been, let's collaborate, right? Let's find collaborative tools. Let's use different platforms, whether it's Zoom, whether it's MS Teams. Some people are using Slack, other Trello, other Mural, lots of different collaboration spaces. But collaboration is good. And it makes us feel like little meerkats here. But there's another side to collaboration. Collaboration can be exhausting. We talk about Zoom fatigue. Being present in a meeting, talking for an hour while I'm also looking at a screen is exhausting. It doesn't give me time to think. And one of the things I've really appreciated about Jennifer's work is that in every course you do with her, whether it's a real, a full course, a mastermind class, or even one of the challenges, she always asks us to stop and think. Write it down. We've done the hack sessions with her. And there's something to be said about giving people time and space, even if we're on the same virtual platform, to think. And why is that? Because there's lots of overload and dysfunctions. Primarily, collaboration sounds good, but it's often poorly structured. We don't have the mechanisms to make it work. It isn't simply saying, come and let's sit in a room and work together. It needs a purpose, it needs boundaries, it needs decision protocol, it needs discussion. Then there's also been some research done about dysfunctions. So the classic is the hub and spoke, right? So if you've ever been to a badly planned airport, everything's all together. And then, all the planes leave from around the hub, but it gets clogged because there's only one way to come in and there's only one way to get out. So that's an airport and that's passengers and travel. But in the day-to-day work, if only a few people have the capacity or the authority, formally or informally, to take decisions, to provide leadership, we get clogged, we get slowed down. And it makes collaboration harder, including on the motivational aspect of it, but also the innovation opportunity. In terms of nodes in a network, right? Those people who are important, who provide access to other resources, they can be disenfranchised, right? They don't have the same resources as others. They may be misaligned, or they could just simply be overwhelmed. And when I think of overwhelmed, I think of a lot of the colleagues and clients and I work with who are doing year-end reporting and have deadlines and are so overwhelmed right now because they have to get it done. And if they don't, there is no paying people the grant money next year. It must get done and accounted for this year. And last but not least is priority overload. So you're doing your day-to-day work, you're working with others, and an external request comes in and you're being asked to give priority to it. So there's the day-to-day working with others, and then there's the pieces that come in that you didn't plan for, you didn't know about, and now you're being asked to collaborate maybe across a silo or across a division or even externally. And again, just overwhelming. So collaboration is really good. It's a good mindset to have. How can we together achieve X? But it also can lead to overload and dysfunction. And many of us, like I said, sometimes just want to go to bed after some of these calls, right? It's well intended, but poorly designed and exhausting. So we want to not just look at the teamwork from the lens of a microscope of trying to parse out what are all the components of what's working, what's not working, but looking at it more of as a kaleidoscope. And I want to offer this as a new metaphor. And I've offered two pictures here. So a kaleidoscope, if you are aware, is a tube that has often glass in it of different sizes and shapes and sometimes even different textures. And as you twist it, you see different things. As you hold it up to the light, you may see light coming through the blue or the red. As you can see down below, I've offered an image that is only in blues, yet there's a lot of depth in that picture. So when a kaleidoscope is in motion, it mixes the pieces. And the offering here to the teamwork conversation is, what else can emerge if we look at the different ways that we come together in the work of the team or working together? Every time we turn, there's new interactions, and focus and light gives us a new understanding of what that is. So it's how the parts within the kaleidoscope relate to each other. They're constantly changing, producing fresh shapes and new patterns. And if you are able to tap into that inner child, it could even be fun at the same time. So what are the opportunities? It's really about interactions. Teamwork is all about interactions, but you need to be intentional in it. Work that was done on deep work talked about 4 different types. The first is giving people time to focus. That quiet time, dedicated time where I can really focus on something, get really into it. Maybe that's an hour every day so that I carve out that time. It's intentionally set. Sometimes even in budget and finance, sometimes they have things called sacred mornings where they don't see clients. So it's giving ourselves dedicated time so we can limit the type of interactions that we have. The next is, again, the collaborating interactions where we come and sit together. And maybe it is using something simple or interesting like liberating structures, 1, 2, 4, where I sit and I think for myself, then I go and talk to somebody else in pairs, and then my pair and another pair get together and we talk about the meaning and what we're learning. And then we come back to the big group. And there's a lot of interesting tools within liberating structures and methods that can help that. But again, collaborating on something. Then there's the learning, intentionally coming together to learn. So it's not just meeting, but we have a goal of learning about how to do something, learning about how we felt doing something, and learning about how can we take those insights and apply them elsewhere. So peer learning, cross-functional learning. And the last is connection. Especially now with the work from home or having a global workforce even, it is important to have intentional connection. And connection, not just in terms of social interaction, but think of all of the cognitive, the behavioral, the affective. It's also about, do I care for you? Right? Wellness, having regard and respect for others. So the humanity in our teamwork. And each of these is something you could track with your team, but it needs some discussion around what each of these mean for people. The other intentional piece that I think is very useful to consider is learning. And there's been a big push for learning by failing, right? Failing forward, failing fast. And if that's not shared, it's really individual learning. The opportunity, though, is like the zebra to connect all the dots, to connect all the lines and all the loops in that learning. So I'm learning about something, and I don't just focus on what I did well, what I didn't do well. I then intentionally share it with others, sometimes even my competitors. Some of the best innovation is coming out across what they call it competitive collaboration. So and the vaccine would be a very good example of that. I'm learning something, let me share that learning with someone else, even if they're my competitor, because it's going to move innovation further. So it's in the service of innovation. And loops learning. So again, learning about what is something, but then moving it from what is something to how did I feel about doing that? What do I need to do for myself? And finally, how do I apply those insights elsewhere? So another opportunity in the Kaleidoscope is to create the headroom, stick your head up above the cloud, and you may end up like this giraffe, which is actually made out of repurposed flip-flops. And so if I'm really twisting and turning, I don't even know what I might see. This might be like those mysterious structures that are popping up in different parts of the world that nobody knows how they get there. So if you came across this giraffe in the middle of the Masai Mara, it could be part of that kaleidoscope, right? Putting all the pieces together, twisting it, and what do we see? What does that mean? What does that inspire in us? But that space has to be created. And if we don't, it makes it very hard to get out of our heads and to work interdependently, but also to work in a way that moves the work forward and that we have a sense of autonomy, a sense of belonging, and a sense of direction. So I'd like to just stop there and see if there's any questions or comments.
Kathy, I so loved your metaphors. I've seen several others. Michelle commented on the kaleidoscope and loving the metaphor. Maybe what we can do is get everyone to just put something, from Kathy's presentation so far, what's the one area that you've been intrigued by? You had some great nuggets here, Kathy, from like the 4 Ds, the disruption, the drag, the distraction, the drama, to some of these other elements. I think we don't have any questions, but I think comments will help us reflect into this next layer of the conversation. So I'm going to read these out because, Kathy, I'm not sure if you can see them with all your screens on the go.
And I just maybe want to comment on something, Jennifer, as people are making those notations. The Kaleidoscope actually
Oh, we lost lost you there, Kathy. So we'll have to hold on for Kathy's comments. She'll probably fade in. Isn't it good that we got to hear the first part? Keep on typing. Keep on typing. So as Kathy comes back in, and I'm glad that her connection stayed for the whole time, but notice kaleidoscope metaphor from Michelle B. Jocelyn, giving people space and time to think. As Kathy even said, it's so critical, and she's dropped off, so we're going to trust that she'll get back on in just a minute. Marty says, love the lion and the rhino getting stuck in the mud. Is that how you felt this year, Marty, sometimes? Getting stuck in the mud? Yeah. Luisa said, intrigued by competitive collaboration. Yeah, and Luisa's going to talk in just a minute too, right? And I think for many of us, like, collaboration has always been important, but how do we collaborate for the common good? How do we ensure that we're harnessing the best talents? So as we're waiting for Kathy to come back, like, my invite, this is something I was thinking about in her last slide, was, you know, what is it that we bring that's unique? This has been a big part of the Standout Virtually branding and the programming that I'm currently evolving, is like, we all are coaches, right? We all are remote coaches right now. But what makes you unique? What is that little piece that's different from everyone else in the room? We are all unique water drops, or like the kaleidoscope. That's why I really love the kaleidoscope. Every turn, every twist is a little bit different. So as a coach, what helps you stand out, be different, and also be an important part of making this magical tapestry that, like the kaleidoscope, we could. So Michelle, have you got one there? You've got a kaleidoscope. Do you want to put your sound on?
I do, actually. It's really funny. I had it here on my desk. It's made of some stained glass, so it's a very unique one. And I think it's so powerful how this can represent the dynamism of teams and how things are always moving and changing somewhat depending on which way you shine the light and how the light's coming in and so forth. So very cool.
That is so neat. So there's Kathy back right in time. So welcome back, Kathy. We were just going through the comments as you faded out, you know, disruption in its finest form in today's world. And Michelle Bastock had just had a kaleidoscope on her desk and was showing it in stained glass as well, which is really cool. So Kathy, you know,
that's the beautiful part, Michelle, is that, you know, we can have the same parts inside, but then the outside could be so unique and different. And it's almost like collecting teacups or spoons, right? For people who travel. I don't think I've ever seen kaleidoscopes looking exactly the same.
It's a very powerful metaphor. And I love it. You know, the moving parts, it's always changing and moving.
Yeah.
Chiek Ming had a statement as well. She says, a new perspective on kaleidoscope, how it twists into a new pattern, new ways. It is like a beautiful connection. And while you were offline for a minute, Luisa was also, she mentioned just how she's intrigued by the competitive collaboration, which I think also links to something CJ has said that connected for her, intentional interactions. So very much, you know, think about how you can leverage this. I'm going to let Kathy take us up. We've got about 4 or 5 more minutes, Kathy, and I don't know if you have another question for us. No real questions here other than, how do you spell your name on LinkedIn? People want to connect with you. Where can they find you?
Of course, this is the one slide that went down. So I also just want to think, I think I was trying to explain that part of what also intrigued me about this metaphor was that it also comes from conversations around diversity. And in my own personal journey, talking about diversity, I've moved from talking about like just identity to this really this understanding of lived experience. So it's not about the what and the pieces of it, it's that lived experience and how we understand that, how we talk about that. And that aligns itself very nicely, I think, to teamwork, because there is no one form of team anymore. There are many different types of teams, and some teams are very temporary. Surge capacity, you know this work from the UN. There are people who are brought in on gig economies. You can talk about a film production. These are all different types of teams, and that it is about the interactions and how the interactions are going to move the work and ultimately the mission forward of the work.
Well, Kathy, what a gift to all of us. I think, you know, as we step into the end of what has been a challenging year, as we look at this slide, especially, like, look at the patterns, look at the combinations, look at the possibilities. And that's a big part of what we do as coaches. So as we go to wrap up your session, is there anything else that you want to leave us with? Any questions you'd like to leave us with to further think about, or invitations for action?
Yeah, so I really want to encourage you to create that headroom. And read, there's a couple of articles you could read, one done just recently by Rob Cross out of the MIT Review around dysfunctions in collaboration. He writes a lot about collaboration overload, and I referred briefly to some of his insights. That it isn't just making people work together more. It really has to be intentional. And if we're going to be working virtually and digitally, how do we keep people engaged? So matching purpose, matching channels, matching outcomes. And if it's not working, being really curious and really, really open. There is no one fix. You really have to keep twisting and saying, what does this show us? And you have to be willing to get into it. Yeah. So thank you, everyone. I'm going to stop sharing my screen so Jennifer can come back online. And thank you for letting me do this.
Well, thank you, Kathy. Bravo. I hope you can see our hand claps digitally, physically. Really, you know, a brilliant presentation. Again, you can reach out to Kathy. I think best channel is probably LinkedIn. Kathy, is that where people can find you? Under Kathleen Vaughan. And really want to take time to thank you, and also to acknowledge, like, Kathy was in fact one of the catalysts for this event today. She said to me weeks ago, about 6 weeks ago, like, hey, could we do like a LinkedIn Live? And I'm like, yeah, I'm up for that, right? Part of standing out virtually is like magnifying your presence. So we haven't done a LinkedIn Live, but this will be fed. We're going to chop up today's presentation, and part of this will be fed forward. Thank you, Kathy. You are such a catalyst in your own way. I think there's a catalytic function as well in the Kaleidoscope. So thank you for taking us through that. And we're going to just take a moment to stretch. I want to invite you to just stand up, stretch, maybe like move away from the screen. I was recently at a conference and they talk about the 20-20-20, like go for 20 minutes and then take 20 seconds to actually step away from at least, I don't know, 20 inches, 20 feet, whatever you want. But like, we need to move. We need to move as well. So with that, I think we are leaving the realm of Kathy Vaughan. And next up, we've got Luisa, correct? Yes, we've got Luisa.
Yes.
And Luisa, I'd love for you to introduce yourself. We're going to make sure that you've got, you're going to show your slides, correct?
Yeah, I will.
Okay, perfect. So Luisa's pretty ready. Are you ready to go? Do you need me to pull in a quick question for the group to consider as you get set up? Because I have some holiday.
No, I think I'm fine. I just have to see if I can get the magic wand from you. And
yes. So you know what? You're going to be able to, you should be able to share your screen already. I had done multiple participants, so just make sure that you can share. Are you able to share right now?
Yeah, I am.
Yep. Okay, perfect. So feel free to bring that up. And as Luisa's doing that, I've got a quick holiday question. Let me ask you this. As we give Luisa a moment to just get prepped, here's a quick question for you. What's your favorite holiday food? Is there one thing at this time of the year that you love to indulge in? So we'd love, I think we've got global representation. What I've loved all my years of being either here in Canada or being abroad at Christmas is there's always some different food items. And so share with us in chat, if you don't mind, what's your favorite holiday food? Maybe it's a treat, maybe it's something. We've got some people just coming up with their immediate, like Whitney, Myrtle's mild ginger cookies. Whew, we only make at Christmas. That sounds good. Michelle, cabbage rolls. Leah, honey roasted parsnips and mince pies. Oh, that sounds so good.
Honey roasted parsnips.
Paola has mentioned tropical fruit. Adeanju is Christmas pudding or fruit cake. Yes, I have to say fruit cake, rum cake is a big favorite in my household, which is part Caribbean, as is something that gets started like weeks in advance on our stove, which is cook up, which is always ready for the end of the year, as well as another festive dish. But yeah, the fruit cakes are flying already with like 20-year-old rum to make them. Marty, pumpkin pie and ice cream. Luisa, polenta and gorgonzola. Panettone for Chikming. Liwan is saying sweet rice cake. Leah, and a sneaky glass of sherry. Well, whatever you enjoy indulging in, I hope that this year you'll be able to imbibe in that. We are just at a minute or two after the top of the hour, and I am wonderfully happy to present to you Luisa Ferrario, who's going to talk to us today on survival tips for remote leaders, how to unlock and activate impactful conversations. So Luisa, we're all yours. Please take us away.
Thank you, Jennifer, and thank you everybody for being here. Can you see my slides? Okay, good.
Yes.
So first of all, I would like to make an applause to all of us for not just for being here, but for being here after all this year, after all we went through during this year. So it took us a lot of courage and a lot of resilience and a lot of hope and a lot of trust in the future and in our capabilities in order to overcome all the things that we have been through. So said that, I'm very, very pleased to make this a brief journey together with you about those survival tips for all of us that are remote leaders in a way or in another, and also for those remote leaders that we are serving as coaches or as facilitators and so on. And just to introduce myself, I was born and raised in Italy, and now I live abroad. I live in Europe. And just for this part of the year, I am again in Milano because I came here to see my family. So as far as my different hats, different professional hats, I am a strategic and leadership business partner to C-suites and entrepreneurs and C-level teams, and a mentor and trusted advisor to leaders of international organizations, Fortune 500 companies, and UN agencies. I have been the director of an international executive coaching academy for managers and leaders. I am a global entrepreneur and a startupper, and I am a published co-author of books on coaching and impactful communications.
Jeez.
Said that, the thing that I would like to talk to you about today is this, let's say, quick and smart method that is a strategy that can help us and our leaders to align mindset, skill set, and action set. That are three assets, very, very important in order to be able to cope with remote work, especially with remote work. Always, but especially with remote work. So this is a representation of my journey as a leader. I have been through a lot. I had many challenges, not just this year, but also in the past. But this, I think, can apply to all of us in a way or in another, right? So challenges can be anything. But the important thing is that when we face a challenge, we have the trust to overcome it, okay? So we can rely on our mindset, as I was saying before, on our skill set, and then on our action set in order to be able, alone or together with someone else, to overcome those challenges. And what I found out, that is the most important thing, to my opinion, is that we have to develop a big heart. And this is what is all about, in my opinion. And this is what I would like to talk to you about mostly today. So this is another representation that I use for teams. So there is a goal, and this goal is made of different layers. So there are complexities and sometimes also complications, not just complexities. And there is the leader, and the leader has a direction that is given by the arrow. And there is the team. The team is not always in the same place. So everybody in the team has different perspectives. And this is one of the powerful things of working with someone else, the different perspectives that others can bring. And a tool, an important tool that is, to my opinion, the basis of any relationship, professional or personal relationship, is a conversation. Conversation should be as much as impactful as possible. So I've heard Kathy saying in her presentation, she was talking about marketing and branding for remote leaders, okay? For teams. And marketing and branding is something that we have to have as well as remote leaders. Even if we are working as entrepreneurs, or if we are working in a company, in an organization, because especially when a remote worker comes in the way, we need to know who we are. We need to know how to sell ourselves and how to market our words, our behaviors, and our mindset. This is very, very, very important. And conversations is the main asset that a leader has in order to deliver those things. And impactful conversations can grow the credibility and the authoritativeness of a leader, can improve the influence and the impact, can boost the trust among team members, can engage and connect stakeholders and also shareholders, can allow a team experience made of accountable, entrepreneurial, and autonomous people eager to achieve for us our business results. And so this should be the core of every team. People who are accountable, entrepreneurial, and autonomous, and eager to achieve for us our business results, so that we can think, so that we can develop our vision, we can build relationships with other stakeholders, we can build partnerships, but the most of the work should be done by the team. And if we do not have impactful conversation, this is what happens, or what can happen. So our team escapes. Leave the team metaphorically, obviously, sometimes also physically, but metaphorically, they might be there physically during a meeting, but their mind could not be engaged, could not be committed to what we are talking about and the vision and the tasks that we're sharing. So in order to avoid this situation, I found out that during time, I found out that there are 3 biggest mistakes that remote leaders can make when communicating with their team and stakeholders. And it's very important that we know how to unlock and activate impactful conversations in order to avoid those 3 big mistakes. So I'll go very quickly. The first one, I have this slide because I wanted to ask you this question. Which are the most common issues that you deal with when you have remote conversations? So if you like, you can use your annotate and, write something on this slide that can relate to this question. I prepared a survey a few months ago for my, let's say, leadership network. So it's a network with leaders that are colleagues or are business partners or are former or current clients. And I asked them this same question, and very nice things came out. So I see that someone is writing getting full attention, lack of clarity, misunderstanding, lack of, should be trust, yes. Sound issues, import. What is Michelle writing? Okay, Michelle, can you please write in chat? Then conflict, lack of clarity, misinterpreting the message, talking over one another. Yeah, all those things are things that happen and are common issues, right? You're right. And I also, lack of focus. I also found out other things. That is the next slide. And some of these things, what is it? Are quite unexpected. There is time sucking communications, focus sucking communications, energy sucking communication, distrust, as someone wrote, but also the egoic power versus the personal power. So some leaders still use the egoic power versus the personal power, even when working remote. That is something that I can't really get, but anyway, not enough time and endless meeting, seeking for consensus. That is another thing that you can't really look for when working remotely. I mean, the mindset, this is probably something that will change in the next years, but a mindset of seeking for consensus is something that really is anachronistic. Frustration, fears, and emotional blocks, and because people feel alone, feel apart one from another, and also diminishing others. That is something, again, that is related to the old energy of working and of leading, but sometimes it is still there, even when working remotely. And useless and boring communications, and I would also say useless and boring meetings, because sometimes they are still like that, and ineffective messages. So this is something that I found out. And the 3 big mistakes I was talking about are, sorry, I have my thing. Okay, communicate to team and to stakeholders. So this is not something that really works. So conversations are about with, not about to. So we should communicate with team and with stakeholders. The mindset that is at the basis of the small word to is completely different than the one that there is at the basis of the small word with. So this is one of the 3 mistakes. The other one is, just a second, I want to Okay. The misinterpretation and misunderstanding. Leaders sometimes tend to think that misinterpretation and misunderstanding are someone else's fault or something else's fault. But we know that also because researchers can support this, we know that at least the 80% of what happens is up to us. So 80% it's enough to have the power to do something in order to prevent misinterpretation and misunderstanding. And the other thing, the other mistake is casual and unrelated mindset, skill set, and action set. As I was saying before, those three elements should be in a row, should be aligned, should be related one to another in order to pursue the vision, in order to achieve goals, and sometimes go beyond those goals. So the secret of impactful conversation is acquiring competencies. This is another thing that I see when working with leaders in remote working. This is a myth, this is a legend. It is not true, or at least it is not true at all. We all that are here, we sell competencies, but we know that there are competencies and competencies. So the competencies that are most important are the soft skills and not really the hard ones in order to have impactful conversations. And moreover, the attitude is much more important than the competencies per se. So competencies alone do not lead to results and to career. But we can focus on those other words that are actually...
Hello, hey Mike. Good, I just caught you.
I think that someone should
Well, I'm
switch
fine.
off
How are you?
the phone, the microphone. Okay. Can you help me with that, Jennifer?
I think you're good now.
Okay.
I'll cover it.
So impactful conversations, in order to lead to business results and career, need to have a humanity, commitment, strategy, attention, accountability, and awareness. I think that for each of us, those words can have a different impact or a different meaning or a different importance. For me, for instance, strategy is the most important one. Because strategy in a way leads all the other attitudes, the humanity, the commitment, the attention, the accountability, and the awareness. And said that, I should have another slide. Yeah, here we are with the switch express method. So as I was saying before, it is a quick and smart strategy that helps us align the mindset, the skill, and the action set. I think that I might not say anything that you do not already know, but I put things in a way that might seem different than usual. And for sure, as I like so much strategy, this is a strategy that works. So the switch express method is made of 5 steps or five phases: identify, connect, engage, dialogue, and switch. Switch comes from the last step. And these lead to a leader with team members, and all of them have the big heart. So the first step is to identify our conversational partner. So sometimes we do not really focus on the person we have in front of us, and the misinterpretation and the misunderstanding, and sometimes also the energy sucking or the time sucking comes from that. The other step is to connect with our conversational partner. To connect with the conversational partner, we need to put attention and presence. And we know as coaches and as facilitators, we know how important those two things are. And the third step is to engage our conversational partner by focusing on their interest first. So asking questions to know what is important, what's in it for them in respect of the kind of conversation we are going to have is very, very important. I would say it is mandatory. This is the basis of the marketing and branding for remote leaders. So this is the heart, this step is the heart, okay? Is the heart that comes out with the heart. Just to sum up these first three steps, a successful business and career are based on building trustworthy relationships. And those trustworthy relationships comes from these first three steps. The fourth step is the dialogue with our conversational partner by focusing on building a relationship. And we know how important relationships are, especially those days when we are remote, we are going virtual, and we cannot meet our colleagues at the vending machine. We cannot have a quick chat, I don't know, while waiting for the elevator. So conversations are based on dialogue that is a two ways speaking, because there is your way and then my way. And we can use powerful questioning to put in place a very, very nice and working dialogue. The fifth one is the switch. So switch the interest of your conversational partner into motivation and action. Again, asking questions or wrapping up, or asking about the takeaways, or asking when will be the next time that we will catch up to continue this conversation, or to go on different aspects that might have been that might came out from that came out sorry, from the conversation that we just had. And so people by people, not business, we know that, but I wanted to write that very clear and very big, because this is something that sometimes we might forget. All of us, we need to do business. We like to do business. We love to do business. We are thrilled to do business, but business comes from people. And so the intentional part that Kathy was talking about really leads to people by people, not business. So again, the Switch Express method is about identify, connect, engage, dialogue, and switch with our conversational partners. This is why after this small strategy, we can have a new scenario in our team, and we as leader can have a bigger heart, and this heart can support impactful conversations, critical conversations, discomforting conversations, but nothing is impossible when we bring a big heart into a team. I just wanted to give you also this brief example of a different mindset that where we can come from, or where can leader come from. So the first one, how can I utilize you, is obviously more, how can I say, top down. You are always down, I am always up, I am right, you are wrong. So in a way, I want to use your time. This might be a belief that that is under the surface of a leader's behaviors or words. I want to use your time. I want to take advantage of your availability. I want to use your skills to my own advantage. I only care for my success. Unfortunately, I still see leaders who act coming from this kind of beliefs. And more powerful and more ethical beliefs could be, how can I be useful? This is, we know, the servant leadership. I care about both mine and your success and growth. I appreciate your time. I'm grateful to you for being committed and contributed to the improvement of our business. How can I add more value to what we do together? How can I support your growth? So those kind of beliefs can really support a big heart in our team. And this is the last image that comes out from all these small conversation that I hope has been impactful for all of you. And this is again our leader and his team, her team, but with the big heart in the drawing. So in case you want to get in contact with me, I am on LinkedIn, or you can book a 30 minutes free call to discuss about those things or about your challenges or whatever you like. Also to share some thoughts about what has been this nice time that Jennifer gave us to share.
Well, thank you.
I don't know if there are any questions.
I don't know, but Luisa, this has been, as Paola said, so wonderful, so inspiring. I loved the visuals of this. It added a whole new layer to the conversation. So a big thank you. Let's first give a big round of applause to Luisa. Right on the mark. Hope you're seeing all your colleagues digitally and physically clap. Luisa too is like ready to jump right in and up to the challenge of saying, yeah, I want to magnify my voice. So Luisa, is there a question for us to maybe be able to chat with you around, or is there something you'd like us to think about or do as a result of your presentation?
Yeah, it could be to draw your heart and stick it on your sweater or on your whatever you are wearing. Maybe not now, but next time that you meet a leader, especially a remote one.
I love that. These are so powerful. And is this part of your writing? I know you're a writer as well. So are these part of a book that you've done, or was it just specifically for this presentation? Because very powerful.
This is specifically for this presentation that comes from an online course on impactful conversations that I put together last year, and so I wanted to share with you something that I know works, and especially this year, as I was saying before, has been so unusual and full of opportunities, but also full of challenges. And I think that a big heart is never enough.
But it goes a long way. Absolutely. Well, again, a big thank you. And what a beautiful segue to our next person. And that is Luisa Hoashi. And one thing I'm just going to ask Luisa, do you need a minute to get organized? You should be able to share your screen, because I have a holiday trivia question. We just chatted around what is your favorite holiday food, but here's another question. Whatever holiday you actually celebrate at this time of year, what's your favorite family routine? Is there something that you do as a family unit that is typical of your family or yourself on that special holiday day? For us, we like to actually get up early in my household and sort of attack the tree, have something to eat mid-morning, and then we usually drive. We won't be doing this year, but we've always driven north, right, to be Years ago when I was little, it was to my grandmother's farm, which actually is only about 20 minutes from where I live now, but it used to be an hour plus away. In recent years, it's been to my cousin, who is also an hour drive. And there we would sit down around big and small tables. You know, the older I got moved from the kids' table to the adult table. And now the adult table has gone from like many, many folks down to like about 5 of us. The kids' table has grown. I no longer am allowed at the kids' table, but it's these little family traditions that, you know, at a time of year like us, we're here in Canada, or at least here in this part of Canada, we're being encouraged to stay at home. It's gonna be lonely, you know, but I hope that you'll think about this and this virtual community that we're forming today. I want to thank all of you for your time. I just want to say a couple of things before I forget. So number one, some of you know that there's going to be a virtual swag bag that will come out to you tomorrow. And if you haven't signed up for it, it'll just be one email. I'm going to go see, I put it in a chat a minute ago. You'll see it up in the chat. You can go to https:/bit.ly/year-end-party20. I'll put that back in the chat. But most of the people who are speaking today, as well as myself, have either like, you know, an ebook, a resource, a free conversation. You know, we're all coaches, but we don't always get our own coaching. So I'd say take up the offer, meet a new coach. And with that, I'm going to keep to time, and I want to welcome Lisa H. We had Luisa, now we're going to Lisa and Lisa. I've been having everyone just introduce themselves because I can't open my email while we're on this. So over to you. And you're going to take us through a great session. Do we need anything for this session? Would it be useful for us?
Well, actually, I was just going to say, I don't know how long people have been sitting, but I don't know if we want to do a quick stretch before we get started.
Yeah, let's do a quick stretch if you want to get up.
I invite you to get up because I know how it is to sit in front of the screen. So go ahead and get up if you like. Stretch his arms out above. Get a lean to the side. Maybe move your legs a little bit. They've been sitting a long time. Yeah, bend over if you need to. All right. Get some movement. Yeah, my hips get really tired of sitting. All right, you guys. Well, I'm going to share my screen as you guys get settled back in. So, can everyone see my screen? Let me make this bigger. Is that good? Can you guys see?
Perfect.
Yeah? Okay. All right. So today I really wanted to talk about what were the opportunities of 2020. So I'm Lisa Hoashi. I am based in rural Spain, in northeastern Spain, in Catalonia. I'm originally from Portland, Oregon, and I am a coach that really works with people to help them connect their work with their larger purpose in life so that they really experience more joy, more fulfillment, and more impact. And I do a variety of coaching one-on-one with groups and with businesses as well. So today I wanted to talk about the opportunities of 2020. And I wanted to do that not to kind of put like a rosy coachy sort of a slant on 2020 because it has been a really difficult year. And I first just want to really acknowledge like the amount of struggle and difficulty that people have had in this year. And for all of you, if you are also coaches, you also have probably seen that like in your own life, in your families, in your communities, and also in the people that you're really trying to support. Like there's been so much difficulty and struggle in this year, and I don't at all want to minimize that. I do think that if 2020 has shown us anything, it's that the lesson is around resilience, and that if we are really going to kind of survive this situation and to move forward, then we do need to kind of focus and be forward thinking to think about, okay, everything's really shifted and changed. So what can we make of this? Like what new things do we need to make? How do we need to change our thinking or how we're how we're approaching things. And I did see that in 2020, I saw some trends and I saw some opportunities that I just wanted to share from my own perspective as a coach, in the hope that it might kind of trigger some insights for you and some thinking and reflection for you as well as you kind of think back over your year. And so in our session today, what I'd really like to do is just share kind of 3 kind of key opportunities or moments that I saw in 2020, trends, and then offer you some space to do some individual reflection. And also to, if we have time, I'd really like to do some breakout groups so you can share some of those reflections with the other people in the room. So let's just dive on into that. And so the first trend that I really saw was, we're going to start in chronological order. So number 1 is everyone is at home and online. So, in mid-March, we really saw like the pandemic lockdowns and the shelter in place. And for me, for example, I'm working remotely. I've done this for 6 years from a farm in Catalonia. I'm originally from Portland, Oregon. And what I noticed is really in pandemic style that what I was experiencing here was very similar to what people in Portland were experiencing, my loved ones and friends back there. And so there was this really interesting kind of flattening and sort of like, everyone was kind of in the same boat in a lot of ways. And also with people being online, there was like this sort of new access to things that anyone with like a good internet connection can now access like a whole bunch of things that had now moved online. So access to markets or to events or to services were now online. And what I noticed, I guess, as a coach is being able to really see into people's lives, through my coaching, is parents are dealing with kids and homeschooling, singles are dealing with work creeping into like every part of their life because they have they're working literally, in their own personal space now. They aren't able to go out as much and do dating. And so everyone's kind of like in these kind of difficult situations. But what I saw was that everyone kind of started to kind of quiet down, and literally being stuck at home, there was like some space for people to think about like, what am I doing with my life or work? And what should I do next after this pandemic ends? And so what I saw was an opportunity really for coaching, that really there was, I felt a lot of optimism for the future of coaching and the relevancy and the great way that we're able to provide this service to people remotely. And that was really exciting. I also really saw that coaching was really resonating for people, and it particularly with so much social distancing, if you were able to bring people together to connect on a deeper level, then they were so appreciative of that. And that's really what led me this last year to create my Show Up Stronger group coaching program, to bring people together, to support them to show up stronger for themselves and their big life and work goals, and to do it in community so that they could really keep moving forward, even in a really tricky situation. So that's kind of the external world changes that I saw. So the next really big thing, also in chronological order, was racism really coming up big time on the global stage. So George Floyd was murdered by police in Minneapolis on May 25th, and it just set off global protests against police brutality, and also really in support of the Black Lives movement. And so, what was really interesting to me about this moment was, first of all, it hit me personally very hard. I am biracial, both from a white ancestry and also from a Japanese ancestry. And this topic was really important to me. And I really saw in my own life that I need to do more proactively to really be addressing racism, both within myself and also in my family and my community, and also through my business. And so it was really interesting to see, we're all at home, we're taking in sort of all these events, and, social media really amplified voices around this event. And what I saw was like so many companies rushing to take a position and people starting to kind of go past this idea that politics can't mix with business, and the sort of realization, I think, that we do need to take a stand on the things that really are about our values. And it's not just such a hard line between politics and business, which I think has gotten blurred quite a bit this year. I mean, I also saw it around the elections in the United States. And so anyway, something that really kind of came of this for me personally was that I created a group that would like help me personally go through my anti-racist work. And I also really found a coach that was able to help me to kind of think about how to bring more diversity and inclusion into my business. And I've been able to see that the impact of doing this work really deepens my impact. And is also like, has been really deeply fulfilling to me as well. Like this work, anti-racism work, is not comfortable or pleasant, or it's often very difficult and can be really overwhelming as well. But what I have found is that like the moments that have been sort of the most fulfilling this year for me has been around this topic and the changes that I've seen take place inside of me and my perspective about how to bring this to my business. I do also just want to note that I noticed like a disappointing reaction, I would say, in the coaching industry and among like coaching institutions on this topic. And I think we have a long way to go in this space, because coaching is really about creating safe spaces for people. And we really need to know how to do that for all people. And we also, coaching is about transformation, and anti-racist work is also about transformation and making things better for individuals, for communities, and for our society. So that was a big opportunity that I think is a super important one this year. The other one that I saw is around just, again, kind of going along timeline, fall and winter, the long haul. So at this point, everyone's kind of like, you know, things aren't getting better with COVID. We're still at home. We're still online all the time. And what I think is really starting to come to the forefront, what I noticed in my clients' lives in particular, was that my clients had, you know, all the interest in coaching, and yet they were having more and more problems actually getting stuff done in such a online, nonstop news, addicted to media, addicted to social media, always on the smartphone, like really a lot of difficulties with productivity. So they were like having a lot of difficulty like actually making progress on their goals. And so that started getting me thinking and thinking more about how can I really support these clients to create the space, to create the good habits, to really support them to move forward on their goals. And I found a few different things. One is an online co-working space called Cave Day that you can kind of sign up for, and you can join online co-working spaces every day to kind of go into deeper focused work. And then there are two books that really made a difference for me. One is Atomic Habits by James Clear, and the other one is Digital Minimalism, that's by Cal Newport. So these are really about thinking about like, okay, this is kind of our world going forward. And so how are we really going to keep going? How are we going to like adapt and find ways of sort of moving forward with what's important to us, even within this situation? So these are my three opportunities, and I want to give all of you now a chance to think about the opportunities that you saw in your own world and work in 2020. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you three questions, and I'm going to give you about a minute time to reflect on these. So grab a piece of paper, whatever you like to write on, and I will let you tackle this first question. So I'm going to set the timer now for you. Go ahead. All right, maybe finish up that thought and we'll move to the next question. All right, question number 2. What has piqued your interest lately in terms of trends that you're seeing, ideas, people, businesses, or groups? This is just a place to record those things that are just kind of piquing your curiosity or that is catching your attention. I'll give you another minute for that one. All right, again, finish up that thought. And your third question is, of these, what is one that you would like to continue to follow? And what would be your one next step on it? Okay, that's your last one. And now I am going to ask Jennifer, if she wouldn't mind, creating our breakout groups for us. And we'll have a few minutes to talk a little bit more. I'll give you, let's see, it looks like we could have, yeah, a 7-minute breakout group.
Sounds good. So Lisa, the breakout rooms are available. You're going to have 1 or 2 other people, and we'll bring you back, yeah, maybe 6-7 minutes. Any other instructions you want to leave for us? Do we just talk about the questions, Lisa? Or
yeah, really, it's this last question, I think, is a good one to focus on. I was just, of these opportunities that you kind of see, or these things that are piquing your interest or trends, what's one you'd like to continue to kind of pursue or develop for yourself, and what would be your next step for that?
All right, so the breakout rooms are now open. You can accept it, and we'll see you back in here in about 6 minutes. Enjoy your conversation. And I may stay here with you, Lisa, if that's okay. All right, who's still here? We've got Marty, Hade, Titilayo. All right, I'll stay here in the main room. If anyone would like to have a discussion, let me know. Welcome back. All right, so some people will have about 30 more seconds. I hated to bring them back, Lisa. Was it a good conversation in your room?
We had a nice conversation. Yeah, it was really great.
That's great. Fantastic. I think everyone's happy, right? Once you get a chance to go to breakout, it's like, yeah.
That human connection element again, you know.
It's sort of that mid-party like sizzler. Woo! So welcome back. Welcome back. Who enjoyed their breakout conversation? Yes. See, every time we give people the chance to have a breakout and connect, it's like, yes, how awesome. So I'm going to pass it back to you, Lisa. You've got a few more minutes to go, and then we'll be hearing from Paola. So bring us home, Lisa.
Sure. Yeah, I just wanted to, well, thank you all for being a part of this. I did really enjoy chatting with my group in the breakout group. I think, you know, I was just talking with a client today about just trying to go, you know, move forward with goals and things, priorities that were important to him. And I think that there's so much life for us when we're able to create things and to move forward with interests and passions. And I think that that's such an important part of figuring out how to handle this situation, is how to deal with what's actually going on for us and all the tough parts, but also to how we can make space to create things and to pursue the things that like really light us up. That's going to be key to feeding us and keeping us going strong through it. So I just want to thank you all for participating. If you'd like to continue the conversation with me in any way, I will also drop in my link if you want to connect by video conferencing sometime later. If you want to drop me an email, I've also done a bit more of an in-depth sort of write-up about those opportunities. And also I've listed all the resources that I mentioned about the different sort of productivity and habit sort of resources, the coach who's working in sort of the diversity and inclusion space, Trudy LeBrun. And so I'll have all those resources listed in that, and I would like to include that with Jennifer's grab bag. So yeah, go ahead and sign up to get that grab bag if you want, or swag bag if you want to get that PDF from me.
Oh, thank
But
you.
really enjoyed making the connection with you all today. Hey, Luisa, I love your antlers. I forgot to wear my.
A big round of applause, Lisa. Thank you so much. You know, what I so love about my work as a group coach, and I'm sure all of you find this as well, is like we each bring such an important different voice to the conversation, a different energy, a different experience. So thank you, Lisa, for you know, also providing us with some time to connect and have conversation. And so we are now 2 hours in.
I learned from you, Jennifer. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I like to, you know, I love seeing, I'm like a proud parent right now, seeing all of you in your own ways growing and taking this work out into the world. This is what I envisioned when I started Potentials Realized 17 and a half, almost 18 years ago. I wanted to really create a space where I could provide ideas and skills to people so that they could go out and magnify their work. And today really is a day of celebration as we are moving into our fourth member of the Standout Virtually Incubator, Dr. Paola Fiore. Really looking forward to Paola's conversation with us. Just a reminder, if you're interested in getting that swag bag, stocking stuffer, whatever you'd like to call it, it's going to go out tomorrow morning. You won't see it today. It'll go out tomorrow morning. And again, we'll just be sending the one email to that list. It's not going to receive other emails. You can sign up for it online. Now, Paola, would you like us to do a stretch break? Shall we do a stretch break? Okay, so here's something I picked up at a recent conference. You know me, I love going to conferences and learning. So there's a really cool company actually called Drum. And Drum comes to your virtual online event with music and drumming. Again, I'm in Canada, so I can't play music without, you know, breaking our copyright law, but we can get up and drum. So here's what we're going to do. We're all going to stand up for a moment. Stand up, please, if you'd like to participate. got my candy cane shirt on today. I hope you noticed that. And we're going to just work together by drumming. This is going to be 1 minute. It might take you out of your comfort zone, but we're going to stand, and in front of you, hopefully you have a desk or a table. We're going to start by drumming right on that table in front of you. Okay, so just drum on the table in front of you using your hands. And then we're going to go to our left-hand side. And we're going to move to the right-hand side. Do a bit of a stretch. And back again to the other side. And then to the other side. Now that we're warming up, we're going to do it on our knees. We're going to drum on our knees. Okay, drum on your knees. And drum a little further down. Stretch that back out. And we're going to come back up the legs. Okay, we're going to drum in the front. And we'll do a couple more drums on the table just to get us moving, and another sort of like 180 across the table. And I think now, Paola, we are ready for you. Over to you, Paola.
Wow.
Super energized.
This is really energizing. Thank you so much.
I'll put my fancy hat on.
Oh, wow. I forgot mine, sorry. Oh, dear. Okay, so just before starting, I just share the screen. So is everything okay on your side? Okay, yes. Wonderful, fantastic. So as I'm the last one to speak, I try to, just share with you something about myself, a little bit of a personal story, because the intention that I have today is that of inspire you, inspire you from my heart, just like Luisa before shared the importance of, bringing more of our hearts into our conversation, and also, our personal values, authenticity. So I would like to share with you something about my story that I do believe can be important also to you. So just a little bit about me. I'm a sustainability specialist. I'm working in the field since the second half of the 90s, and I'm incredibly passionate about everything that relates to the care of our planet since I was a very little child. And on this passion, I really built, I would say, my background, my studies, my career, and everything. And this, let's say, through the years, has brought me to, let's say, continue learning. There was something that I immediately perceived as being very, very important to me in connection to the protection of the planet. I didn't know exactly what it was when I was, let's say, younger, about 20, 30 years ago, to be honest with you, but I knew this inside. So let's say I started as a consultant, as a consultant specialized in sustainable development, working with the companies, especially the big corporations in the IT about 20 years ago. And then I felt something inside, myself that was trying to emerge just like a sort of volcano, but I didn't know what it was. And there was another big passion that was rising inside of me, and it was about communication, and in particular, the power of visual communication, so photography. So I continue my learning, and I added, let's say, another hat, on my head, and that was the hat of the communicator. But I wasn't satisfied. After some year, I just found out that there was something else that was missing. And I knew that it was always related to my passion for the planet. But it was just like, let's say, adding a piece, to another piece, but without having a sort of, let's say, strategic framework, or a really systemic view. So I had another hat, and there was the hat of the trainer. And let's say, few years ago, when let's say I had some health issues, I found out that the coaching, the hat of a coach might have been, another great one for me to, let's say, to focus my learning. And I have to say that thanks to coaching, I was able at a certain time in my life to integrate, all these different pieces of knowledge, of learning, of experiences and skill that I wasn't able to put together the years before. And this was possible. Obviously, we are all coaches, so we know how coaching can be very powerful. But as Jennifer shared earlier, we also need as coaches to experience coaching at a very powerful and deep level. So I was able, to understand the power of authenticity. And through authenticity, I was also able to link together my biggest passion, that is really the one about taking care of the planet. And I would say after almost 25, 26 years of working in this field, I feel nowadays, very satisfied because I can, let's say, support other people, not only, coaches, consultant, trainer, or communicator, but especially I would say the youth, to find themselves, what is the best way for them to integrate all the different pieces of knowledge, or let's say learning, or let's say ideas, into a system that is simple, is clear, is focused, and first of all is true to themselves. And during this year, I experienced, obviously, just like Luisa shared, also challenges, because if we think about, let's say, 20 years ago, the field of sustainability and sustainable development was really, I would say, restricted to specific people, to a restricted number of people, so it was a sort of really, really small niches. But nowadays, and especially this year, that we are almost seeing at the end, we are understanding, we are seeing a big rising, about sustainability, about the protection of our planet, but also about the importance of showing up in, really who we are, really with our authenticity, because this is really fundamental. And I do believe that is going to be even more fundamental in the next months and for the next year, because for sure, willing or not, we'll be online for some time in the future. And it's not absolutely true that people on the other side of the screen cannot perceive ourselves, as authentic, or cannot listen to, our emotions or expression or so on. We as coaches already, know a big part of this, but the majority of the people, our potential clients, for example, are not aware of this. They are not used to, let's say, show up authentically, usually, maybe also in person, just like Luisa shared earlier in the conversation. But if we think about our virtual spaces, our, places where we're going to meet every day, where we're going to serve our clients, this is a key element. And the other key element, obviously, is sustainability. Today, sustainability is not something that is related to just a few people. It has to, be cared by everyone, because we do need to care about our planet, because this is about our health. And with this pandemic, we have certainly seen how important it is to have a planet that is in health if we want to be and stay in health. So I would like to, let's say, share with you a lot more of what I'm doing, because my authenticity and, you know, as a core value, and my passion for the environment has brought me also to do a lot of volunteering work. I'm also, let's say, supporting, let's say, different environmental and climate organization. And I would like to, let's say, support you in bring into your coaching business or consulting business, training business, some sustainability components. Because just like also Lisa shared earlier, she shared about the importance of resilience, for example. Lisa shared about her personal experience in relation to the Black Lives Matter movement. You know, there are things, there are big things that have happened during this year, and they're still happening. But they're happening, I would say, also in the virtual world. So this is something that we do need to be aware of, you know, also as a professional, also as, let's say, coaches, I would say in particular, because these challenges, these issues, in a way or in another, are going to affect the lives, the work, the careers, also of our clients, and obviously also ourselves. So it's really fundamental nowadays to have, let's say, not obviously an expert knowledge, but at least, you know, a general knowledge about what is really sustainability about, and how you can bring it, you know, into your conversation, into your services to support your clients, but obviously also do something for the common goods, because there's so much need for this today. And let me check the time. Jennifer, if we are on time, I would like to share, let me see. I prepared 3 questions, and you can use, let's say, Mentimeter. So if you bring your phone and go to menti.com, now I'm going to share again, let me see my screen. Okay, so can you see the screen?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you go to menti.com and digit the code that is on this slide, so 9167790, and just press submit.
Done.
The button. Okay. So this is the first question. How are you feeling today? Okay. So I don't know if all of you have responded. Oh, that's interesting. So far we have the same percentage, and is about inspired and reflective. Okay. And it would be great maybe to know, if you would like to write it in the chat, to say what has most inspired you so far, and what makes you, you know, feel reflective right now. Okay, so if all of you responded, I move to the second question. Okay, so what does sustainability mean to you? And here the code is 5631499. Okay. So I think you should be able to write, you know, when you submit the code, and then to write okay, moving forward. The first feedback are appearing. And that's really an open question, because sustainability in reality for each of us can mean different things, as we know. You know, obviously, from my point of view, it might be more related to the protection of the planet. But as we know, the concept of sustainability is threefold, at least. It can be about having a sustainable economy, you know, or let's say prosperity. It can be about having a just, equitable society, and obviously a planet that is in health, just like I shared before. So it's very interesting. So for some of you, it's about moving forward. It's about energy that can stay constant for the average auto support system. Life is about generations. It's about being grateful, appreciative, and respectful. It's about using all our resources in an efficient manner. It's about ensuring that our future generations has as many options as we do. And it's also about taking care of the world and each other, so all proper and free. Okay, okay. So if all of you have responded, I would like to ask you the last third question that is about authenticity. So you can put the code 5488840 and give your best answer. And again, here, authenticity can have so many different meanings for each of us. So it's about truth. It's about being true to myself and others. It's about being real. And what else? It's about being true to self and others for common goods. Yeah. It's about sharing. Yeah. It's about letting our own voice speak up in all the ways possible with ourselves and others. So true. It's being true to self and others and sharing it gently. Yeah. Yeah. True hearts. And it's great to see how the heart is really centered, you know, in our meeting today. It's about respect self and speak truth. Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. Okay. So if all of you have responded, I'm going to stop my sharing of the screen right now and just watching the chat to see if is there any more feedback. Wonderful. So let's see. I start from the bottom to the top. Authenticity means being true to yourself, inspired by the people and voices in this virtual room. Thank you for sharing what inspired you, Michelle. Sustainability means making something that lasts. Absolutely. Luisa have been mostly inspired by all of us being here today together, inspired thinking about moving forward, inspired by being company of such rich learning with such inspiring colleagues. Reflective, Melissa is about looking for what is next, right? And Jennifer inspired the different focus areas. Energized because of the conversation and ideas shared today. Wonderful, fantastic. Okay, so I do hope that these two questions has somehow opened up little doors, in your lives, into your space and time, into your own reflection, inner thinking. And I would like to invite you, to ask these questions, share these questions, and obviously formulate your own questions about these two core elements, also with your clients, trying to engage also your clients, but maybe also your own family members, your friends, colleagues, into impactful conversation, also around the importance of authenticity, and sustainability, and trying to, let's say, support the developing of new meaning around these two core components, because our world needs so much, authenticity from each of us at this point in history. And obviously, this is also about the care that we can have for ourselves and our planet at the same time. And as I said before, I really would love to support you if you would like to bring a little bit or something bigger, about sustainability into your coaching business or consulting activity, or maybe also just into your life. You can find a gift from me in the bag, and you will also get the link on my slides. So I really would like to thank you, Jennifer, very much for this great opportunity, and also to my friends and colleagues, Kathy, Luisa, Lisa, and to all of you for this great meeting. I also learn a lot from each of you today, because there's always something to learn every time, in every moment. So thank you, Jennifer. I give you the floor back to you. Okay.
Amazing. Well, let's give Paola a round of applause. Oh, excellent. I know some people are dropping off for dinner. So Kunal, it was great to have you here from Germany today. Thank you for joining us. Now, some people have been asking, where will the recording be? So this will get uploaded onto YouTube, onto my YouTube channel, Effective Group Coach. I'll probably have a 4-hour version. I probably could have done a live stream, but that's, today let's keep it simple. But I will have that uploaded overnight. So if you want to direct anyone to this, by all means, please do so. We are 2.5 hours in, right? Hard to believe that we've been going for 2.5 hours on this party and we're not done yet. So I wanted to say a big thank you to Luisa, to Kathy, to Paola, and who am I missing? Oh, Lisa, who had to drop off because her kids were knocking at the door. But I want to say a big thank you, and more importantly, a big congratulations. Luisa, Kathy, Lisa, and Paola have been working on building out their brands, building out how they stand out virtually in the remote world. And so if you have any feedback based on what you saw today for them, please share that with them. But bravo, great work in terms of valuable presentations, insightful, and also, engaging. I love the fact that we got to do Mentimeter already. We got to use breakouts. A number of you at the start of the day asked or came saying, I want to learn something. So maybe you haven't learned something new yet, but maybe you've had something reinforced, or you've seen something in action that you wanted to try out. And as you know, and yes, thank you, Kathy. It's a pleasure. I love creating things, but many of you were the catalyst to help me create today's event. I think we all have the next level in terms of what is next for learning. And so a big thank you on all of that. So we've got an hour and a half to go. We are going to do a bit of a segue. I have another party activity. I feel like I've really felt like I've been able to go back to my roots as a camp counselor for many years. I don't know if you're saying something about me, right? It's like Michelle, my colleague, my co-podcast host. We did the remote pathways word search, actually, Michelle, here. People loved it, and they used annotation, which is really, really fun. The other party trick that I have today, I'm going to need a minute to bring up. So I think what we'll do is let's do another stretch. Does anyone on the call have a good energizer that we could lean into? This is a challenge. Any quick energizers from anyone? Whitney, Miss Whitney.
So I could do what I call the social justice stretch, if I can remember it.
Ooh, okay.
And mind you, I've worked in youth development for many, many years. So it's a little bit like camp counselor crossed with education. So the idea is that you lean up, and you're reaching up and you're stretching for your highest ideals, we're reaching for the mission. And then now you stretch down to your toes, to the grassroots. But we pull up from the grassroots, our strength. And then you lean to the left because we're really progressive. We lean to the left. And then we lean to the other left. The other left. Oh. And then you give yourself a big hug for the good work that you're doing in the world.
I love that.
There you go. Social justice stretching from Berkeley, California.
Yay.
Awesome.
Thank you, Whitney. A big thank you. Well, wherever we are, and this is what I love about our work, right? In our world of work these days, we could be coming in, and just, we're all open for new things, new learning. You heard a little bit about the outcome of the incubator program. This is a new program I'll be running now 4 times a year. So there'll be another group starting up, 8 weeks of really helping people get clear on what their message is in the virtual space. While I have my colleagues here, Paola, Lisa's left us, and Miss Kathy, any sound bites around what that program is all about and what it helped you articulate, perhaps? And we'll work backwards. Like, Paola, what was the value of going through the incubator this fall?
Yes, Jennifer, I think it was amazing as, and I would say unexpected, but precise, because I really didn't expect, to find exactly your program at the time I needed, but it was precisely what I wanted to have, because I needed, to get crystal clear about how to, create the best case studies, and especially, how to have a very precise idea about what is the potential of the virtual world today, because we need to stand out as coaches, as consultants, with all our hats. And it was so inspiring, really so inspiring. So focus, clarity, simplicity, structure, connection, and I will also say friendship, because it's great also to meet other people from around the world, and sometimes you find out that we live in the same country. Ciao, Luisa. So yeah, it was really amazing. So yeah, beautiful.
Well, thank you, Paola. And again, you see the input, right? Like, that's what I love as trainers and coaches. We don't often see like the visual, but like today you are seeing the visual of the clarity that people have created for themselves. So Luisa, what was your experience like at the incubator this fall?
Well, first of all, for me, it was a gift in the broader meaning of the word, because I took part to the challenge of the week before the start of the incubator, and I won the incubator experience. So it was really amazing. And it came to me as a huge gift, because by that time, that was not so much time ago. It was 4 months ago, 3 months ago. I was not really in my best place, but I had so much takeaway from it, because I could refocus on myself, refocus on my business. And then I came out from this experience with a completely different awareness about what I want next in my life, for myself, for the business, for the people that I have in my life. So it was not just something business related, but it was really something that touched very deep points of my life, deep down. So it is an experience that is a must-have, absolutely.
Well, thank you, Luisa. And we got to really enjoy, I loved your presentation. It inspired me to think about more visuals and elements like that. And Kathy, you gave us a strong start at the front end with your Kaleidoscope. What was it like to go through the incubator this fall?
Yeah, so I think just building on what was already said was the consistency, the routine, obviously the camaraderie, great friendship and collegiality from Luisa, Paola, and Lisa, and yourself, of course. And, you know, no pressure. It was all about motivation. And I really appreciate, we were the pilot group, so I've also appreciated, Jennifer, your flexibility. And sometimes we detoured a little bit. But I think that's how things are now, right? So quality content, quality connections, and I think we did very well tonight.
Well, thank you, Kathy. And so again, this will be back in the new year. And if you're interested in really amplifying your brand, let's have a discussion. I'll offer it again, probably every season, because I think we all need it at different phases. And so for people who've maybe gone through group coaching essentials or some of the business development, this really tight focus on helping you articulate, what is it that helps you stand out? What is your message for the virtual space? And then you actually build it, right? This is like the end result. You build your case studies, you could build your slides, build your brand. And that's the piece that I think many of us as business owners get stalled out on, right? We think, but then, how do we get it going? So Luisa, what would you like to add on?
Yeah, I wanted to add something, that another amazing piece about the incubator is that you can find it always on your dashboard on Teachable. So it was sort of a friend where I was going, when I needed something, so I could go back to the recording that you uploaded, and also to all the important pieces in terms of, I don't know, checklists or any other papers that you uploaded there. And so this is helping a lot in terms of consistency, because when you need something, you can go back and you can redo it another time or just grab some pieces that you need by that moment.
Well, thank you, Luisa. And this program is a bit of a deviation. If you've ever gone through programming with me, you've seen me, let's learn on the call. But with this one, our call time was coaching time, right? It was really like integration time. And before every call, there were several modules of e-learning, of micro learning. And so what Luisa is pointing to is, there was the micro learning. There were a lot of worksheets as well that you could work through, because our ideas are never static, right? They're ever evolving. So if you're interested, find out more. The next one will start sort of second, third week of January. And we meet on a Monday and a Friday. That's the nice thing about it, a Monday afternoon and a Friday afternoon. And there is a bit of a curriculum that you can go through. So we're going to switch gears. And here's the gear that we're switching into, another whole body of work, which is an area that Lisa H started mentioning in her third area of like, we're in remote work now for what? The long haul, right? We are here in this space for the long haul. And while people have figured out how to do it, we come back to this, well, how do I do it better? Or how do I get out of my rut? How do I get things moving? And that takes us deep into the heart of remote productivity. So today I am joined by two other colleagues, pioneers in their own right. A couple of our other colleagues who are part of this, this community, which is the PlanDoTrack and Coaching Business Builder virtual facilitation community, couldn't be with us today, but I want to welcome Michelle and Michelle, Michelle Bastock and Michelle Mullins. And I've invited them to talk a little bit about their work specifically with remote and virtual professionals, because they are certified facilitators of the whole PlanDoTrack and Coaching Business Builder body of work. So if you haven't heard of these, Coaching Business Builder came out in 2018. It's a workbook planner, an analog workbook planner. So to something that also Lisa said, right, if we're having too much digital time, what happens? We get exhausted. So when I launched this a few summers ago, coaches are like, I want a digital copy. Well, this was designed to be an analog resource primarily. And so it's an actual physical workbook planner. I'll let Michelle and Michelle talk a little bit more about what it is and how their clients are using it. But you know, what I realized quite quickly is I love productivity. I'm a productivity geek, really. I'm all about like, how do we plan? How do we get it done? How do we get it done even better? And like, what's going to move the needle on getting it done, like in super ways? That's the project manager in me, right? Like I will always be a project program manager at heart. And as I rolled this out, I realized, you know, like I could be spending my whole life here, but I don't have a lot of time. So the summer of I want to get the dates right, 2019, I realized after being in the world for a year that I needed to have some facilitators taking this work out. So I spent about 6 months writing and designing this facilitator training program. And Michelle Mullins and also one of our other colleagues, Cindy Hooker, were some of the original, two of the original PlanDoTrack facilitators. So in the meantime, as I was thinking about Coaching Business Builder, taking this out through speaking, etc., I was meeting non-coaches, hairstylists. Actually, my hairstylist wants me to do a stylist edition of this body of work, because it's about learning more about yourself, learning more about what strengths you can leverage, and then putting it into practice in terms of planning and business. Well, along with the hairstylist also came a huge body of my client base, which are remote workers and virtual workers. So people who have been working globally or remote and virtually for years. And many of them said, Jennifer, we love this, but you know, we're not coaches, you know, could you do something? So Coaching Business Builder was really remodeled for the virtual and remote world and released at the end of 2018. So it's been really interesting for me seeing this book, PlanDoTrack, move through 2019, relatively under the wire of life. You know, we were joined by Michelle, by Christina as other facilitators later on in 2019. And then in 2020, this book has just exploded because people need it. But a lot more people need it. We now have 3 billion people who have been working remote. Many thought that they'd go back to the office. They're back at home now that winter is ensuing. And, you know, as much as I think once a vaccine comes, we will be back in the office, there are also organizations that will be hybrid. And that will be a whole other interesting dynamic of how do you get excellent work done? How do you collaborate? How do you connect in a hybrid environment? So long story short, I wanted to bring Michelle and Michelle to us today to have a dialogue around, you know, how are they using this work? Because we could all be better at planning. We could all get better results with our business development as well. And Michelle and Michelle have really been on the front lines of having lots of conversation around, you know, like, how do you use this work? How do you help people thrive in the remote space? So I'm going to first turn to Michelle. Well, let's get both of them to introduce themselves. Michelle B and then Michelle M. Michelle B., what would you like people to know about you and your wonderful career? Because Michelle wears many hats. So she's not just a PlanDoTrack facilitator. Michelle, why don't you do a brief bio and intro to yourself?
You bet. I'll start in by saying that Jennifer and I worked together. I'm sitting here thinking, gosh, it's been over 10 years. Wow. Time goes. And I think that we first met, I worked with Jennifer as my mentor coach and also did some business building work with you back in those early days. So thank you. That's always formed a great foundation for me. And so I've worked as an educator for many decades. And I've also been worked towards now being executive and leadership coach. And I work with individual contributors all the way to, directors and so forth. I work as a retirement coach as well. So I love spanning the decades with people. And I'm a coach supervisor and a coach mentor. So I work with coaches and have the blessing of, dipping into so many parts of our work. And I'm mentoring into the group and team coaching supervision at this point as well. So I love learning. And, I have been in this learning space with Jennifer and always so inspired by the richness of always her bringing such amazing ideas and energy to my work as well. So I'll stop there and invite Michelle Mullins.
All right, Michelle.
I could hang on every word that you say just because of your voice. I still want that recording so I can listen to your voice. It's so amazing. But yeah, so the connection that we get to make with each other, and of course, the continued learning from Jennifer. So I primarily work one-on-one. So I work with women working remotely. And of course, I get to hang out with Jennifer on the podcast a lot and pour out just hopefully some goodness into the world during this season of change. But I noticed in the PlanDoTrack workbook and planner, I spent a lot of time in the planning pages with the people that I work with. So I decided to dig deeper even still. And the other thing that Jennifer taught me is the power of the pause, both for us to take that time set apart and to connect with our heart. I think I spent a lot of time helping people listen to their heart this past year and myself. And then I love dancing in those waters because when you listen to your heart, you find your passion project. So, and I like to say the compassion project, right? That it's not just a passion project, but that you want to bring some goodness into the world in your own unique, authentic way. So that's really going to be my focus in 2021 is really helping amazing leaders bring their passion projects forward into the world. So yeah, so it can be used in many, many different ways.
So now that you've met Michelle and Michelle, like both of them are taking these tools out into the world. As an author, the author part of me is like, let's create more tools. Let's get tools into the hands of people. So, Michelle, what have you seen? Michelle B., what have you seen with, how some of your clients have really engaged in the whole PlanDoTrack framework? And maybe you could even take us back, like, how do you present PlanDoTrack to clients? Where does it fit in to the world, to their worlds right now?
I'm going to back up a little bit. Full disclosure, I first entered into the PlanDoTrack training for myself because I wanted to access that. And still, I am, anyone that knows Myers-Briggs, without serial boxing, yes, I am an ENFP, and a P as a perceiver constantly has a challenge with organization. And through my life, I've taught grade ones. I know how to organize for 30 kids, but sometimes when it comes to me, I've got a really messy desk and I haven't got my stuff together. And so that was really my initial motivation. And I thought, heck, if it's helping me like this, how will it serve my clients? And so I find it really integrates well with clients' work. And this year particularly, with so much of the remote work, leaders are scrambling a bit. Who am I now? What's happening around me? How do I serve my team the best way I can? And so I've really integrated in well, and it will come up very naturally. And I think about, we think about the idea of time management. Well, it's not that sparse. Time management is integrated in so many ways of being. So my clients are really passionate professionals, leaders in different places, and they want to do their best work. And I've got 3 separate people I've brought to mind here today. How did we work with this? Lots of it was inquiry. What's happening around me? How can I serve better? I'm just busy. I can't get everything done. This Zoom exhaustion is taking me to places I can't even bear. So, okay, let's sit together. And so there was a lot of inquiry. What's working? And we dive into the mindsets we all take with us, the behaviors that we're doing, the outcomes we're seeking, and where do our values enter into that heartedness that, Michelle has mentioned and that Luisa has mentioned. And so we would do an inquiry, try to see, where am I? What's working? And so one of my clients named Joe, he's a financial person in a big company, leading a team, wants to have things very structured. And he was finding this planning thing is just not working for me. It's not productive. I want to be reporting. I want to be tracking and reporting. So, okay, Joe, how might this live well for you? I love Excel spreadsheets. Ah, okay. I hate them. So I'm like, wow, this is really cool. And he wanted to create the planning time, but he needed to have a tracking aspect. So that was a theme that came. So not only the planning, the doing, but the tracking. How do I loop around? Boom, we were in. It meant something for him. And he started to build that into his work so that he could be more strategic. And this is a theme, tactical and strategic. So many of us are on tactical, and it's important, action and doing, but how do we link to strategic? So my other 2 clients are women in leadership, and one of them is a director, and her supervisor said, we need her to be more strategic, to come as a thought leader. And she was the kind of person that would have the door open to her office a little too much. And so the remote work was fabulous for her because she all of a sudden had time to be a little bit more able to manage her environment. And then we were looking at, well, I think I need to prep for meetings. Okay, how might that happen? And then we built into being more strategic. How do you plan your day? Because she was resisting. She was always so busy that she didn't put time aside for that mind clearing. And when the mind clearing was put aside, she began to be more strategic. So we said, well, what happened? Would you like to bookend Monday, Friday? Okay, we'll start with that. Experimentation. That's also part of it. Let's try it out. Let's see what happens in the next 2 weeks or month and what's working and what's not. So she began to apply these pieces. And at the end of our coaching engagement, it was really neat. I saw a difference in her presence. Her supervisor did too. We had a 3-way meeting. And it was just fabulous to see how these simple yet very significant actions were taking root in her leadership in a way that was serving her intentionality and her heart and her talent. The third leader that I wanted to mention, she's a very young leader. She's an individual contributor. And her boss said to her, I see potential in you, but you need to stop helping people so much. How do you create boundaries around your time? And so we talked about that idea of a power of a positive no, which really helped her because she said, if I don't help people, I feel like I'm rejecting them. So we learned how to work that space. And then how do we focus on the, important but not urgent space? And so that's the strategic. So she began to think, and she said, I've got times in my calendar, but I overwrite them, the planning times. She said, I have one Friday afternoon, but I get really tired. I want to go have my glass of wine, so I don't do it. I'm like, okay, now what is that going to tell us about reintegrating some different ways of working? And so she's begun to do that. And serendipitously, she's now having that promotion that her boss offered.
Bravo. That's so great. And again, notice clients need different things at different times, yet the meta theming that showed up. And so Michelle B, before we leave you for a few minutes, how have you used PlanDoTrack with them? Do they get a copy of the book and then you work through it? What's the process you use to help each one? And I imagine it's been a different pathway for the 3 of them.
It has. Yeah, so I highlight parts that I feel are more suited to that person. Sometimes I order the book for them and I get it sent to them. And then we work through it that way. And sometimes we look at the, the worksheets that you have at the back are just brilliant. They seem very simple, but they're not simplistic, and they give people things to hang on. So when, we might pick up a monthly content journal, for example, if someone's wanting to, write. And so I integrate this also with my coaches as well. What aspects will be meaningful for where you are too?
That's great. That's great. And again, the book alone is a great resource, but hear how like Michelle Mullins will also, I'm sure, share other examples. In our training, in the certified facilitator training, we went through 24 hours of like deeper dive into remote productivity, the tools, how you might want to use the tools, whether it's in an individual, a group, or a team context. So Michelle M., you've worked with remote women for years. And tell us a little bit about your experience with the resource.
Yeah, and as an Enneagram 7, I totally rebel against structure. So I found that the missing piece of that puzzle was when I take ownership and responsibility of my calendar and align it with the values and who I am and who I want to hang out with and what I want to bring to the world. All of a sudden, I didn't rebel against it so much when I was able to put that structure in place. Now, so a lot of my people that I work with are entrepreneurs, but when we first dance in those planning waters, what I love is when we focus on the areas that really matter most to them, they discover they actually have the time to do it. So I like bringing that awareness of margin to their life. Because a lot of the times we're just telling ourselves, I don't have time to do the things that really matter most or invest in the people. And it is a complete lie. Once we take that ownership and that responsibility and do that homework, we discover, wait a minute, there's so much that I can say no to, so I can say yes to these things. So we do a lot of that work. And then also what I love about this resource is there's a lot of, you can either do the activities that are in front as a group, or you can set it aside and have them do it as personal reflection activity, and then bring it back to have the conversation. So you can do it as pre-work in between your conversations. But I like to go through the rhythm. I love how it says PlanDoTrack, and as Jennifer says, it's all one word. It's not PlanDoTrack, it's PlanDoTrack. And I actually like to start with track, start there, start backwards, maybe because this is part of my dyslexic awesomeness, right? Let's start with track. What kind of impact do you want to make in the world? What do you want to track? And then we dance into the do, but we don't actually go and do it first. We vision cast for it. So we'll do a lot of exploration. Who are you working with? Who are you serving? Are you on a team? Who's helping you? Who do you want to collaborate with? What's happening in your family world when you're working at home? How is that impacting you? So you visualize yourself actually doing it, and then you go plan it. Okay, this is what I want to do. This is the impact I want to make. Let's dive in those planning pages and make it happen. I don't know if that's helpful, but.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Yeah, and I love that you picked up, and I don't remember this, that I'd said, yeah, it's PlanDoTrack, but it really is, it's all one thing. And it's that iterative cycle, right? It's like we can plan, but we got to get into action. And I think that's where, for many of us in this current remote space, it's like we get stuck. And it's like, but then where we feel we get stuck, and the value of the track piece is we can then go back and say, actually, you know what, I did a lot more than I think I did, because as we know, 2020, time has taken on new meaning. It's like, yeah, what is a day? Well, a day looks a little different than it used to. A month looks even more different. But if we're not stopping to pause and think about what is going on, it makes it even more challenging. And in fact, yeah, go ahead, Michelle.
I was going to say one more thing that I challenged this past year with people I worked with is don't just track what you're doing, but who you are. So do the 24-hour review and be like, how did I show up in the world? Did I walk in love today? Did I express kindness? Was there compassion present? Did I receive any today? And just, that principle of what you focus on grows. So really practicing that gratitude. So that's the 24-hour tracking is more about who am I versus what am I doing? So I just want to put that in there. Yeah.
And if you do get to track every day, there's the monthly daily tracking tool that I think Michelle showed, but it's been one of the favorites. Like I get so many emails from folks saying, oh, I love this tool or I love that tool. The one I hope people would have loved the most was the daily monthly tracker or the monthly daily tracker, where every day you can go in and track anything you want, right? There's 12 different categories. You could track your walking, your running, your writing, are you speaking, are you like doing your finances, are you having meetings? And then as frequently as you would like, or Michelle said, you could do your like day of the word or word of the day. And then if you're doing it daily, weekly, or even monthly, you start seeing the amazing patterns that show up. So if you ever go to either PlanDoTrack.com or CoachingBusinessBuilder.com, scroll through the blogs and you'll see photos of different screenshots. Or you can go to my Instagram feed, it's Coaching Biz Builder, and you'll see a few people's trackers. They send me photos and it's like really interesting to look at it. So if you have a copy, tag it, Coaching Biz Builder on Instagram, and like show the world, or PlanDoTrack. I use the two hashtags, PlanDoTrack and Coaching Biz Builder, because it becomes like this amazing colored tapestry where it's yours. And over time, you can see what it looks like. So some people might be wondering, I know Michelle have just taken off their thing. Was there something you wanted to say, Michelle, on that tracking and the tapestry?
Well, I was going to jump in and just really springboard off what Michelle said about the change in presence, which is very much a surprising thing, especially, important for us as coaches, but as leaders too. So when those kinds of busy spots are settled down a bit and we have that clearing, there's something different that happens in the quality of our ability to be present and have attention. And I think, like Luisa brought up in the impactful communication, attention and strategy are very connected, and that creates the ability for people to step forward with their best authentic leadership.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Somebody asked, how do they become a PlanDoTrack facilitator? So Jen, would you share?
Yeah, well, I offer about twice a year the PlanDoTrack facilitator training. It's been in different iterations. I think in 2021, we'll be doing a 10-week session so that you can learn about the process and then practice the process week after week after week. So that program also is going to be starting up third week of January. The latest 2021 edition of it is it's going to be experientified. So many of you know I'm always looking at how do I take learning to the next level. And in the last couple of months, I've been doing work with Marisa Murgatroyd. I don't know if you've heard of her, but she's a really dynamic online educator, and she has created a platform. It's different than Teachable, right? Many of you have been to Teachable. You heard Luisa loving to go to my Teachable site and like pull down content. What I'm finding with Experientify, it's like Teachable or an online platform now with gamification put on top of it. So one of the challenges in our space right now is we're absorbing. And for those of us that love this, like we love the online space, we love to learn, it's good. We'll keep going to a certain point. But it's often that certain point that we hit that we can't break through the ceiling of whatever we need to break through. So that's where gamification in the online learning realm can become an additional tool to say, you know what, I'm going to keep learning. I'm not going to give it up. And I look at like my learning, I've been learning on her, like through her course on Experientify. Started the beginning of November. I was like, oh, this is going to be like great. And then like the next week, my dad was hospitalized and I was the only family member who could go in and visit for 10 days straight. I was ready to just say, I don't have time. Like, I just don't have time. But these little alerts would come through and I'd be like, okay, maybe when I'm on my treadmill, I can like listen to the video. So that's what I do. I put it on like double the speed and I'm listening and I'm learning, and I've kept on going when it would have been very easy to let that go. So it helped me, even as a highly motivated person, to like break through life happening, because 2020 has been life happening. And Experientify is really a very neat platform. There's a cost to it, but I will be gradually introducing more courses, starting with PlanDoTrack Facilitator and Coaching Business Builder Facilitator, and also some others in the new year, because it really, like, it ups the ante, and that's what we want. We want a resource portal that is valuable, but also is like engaging. So I hope that answers. If anyone's interested, let's have a conversation around PlanDoTrack Facilitator. One of the things I did this year, and I don't have the link, but I'll share it. I have a calendar now where you can see all the upcoming programs, because in the span of many years, people continue to come into my ecosystem in different ways. So I'll share the ecosystem view in just a minute, but I want to go over to you, Michelle. Is there anything else you wanted to spotlight? Michelle B, I keep forgetting Michelle M and Michelle B. Michelle B, is there anything else you want to spotlight as a useful resource? Because I'm sure some people have a copy of this. Most of you can get it at Amazon. However, as the pandemic started in March, April, a lot of the printing presses have been diverted, still are being diverted for PPE, for creating, personal protective equipment. And so at that point, I made the difficult but important decision that, you know what, if people want to have a digital copy, which I don't recommend, but people can now buy a digital copy, print off at their own house, and use, but that digital edition is not on Amazon. It's still in Potential's Realized store, and you can, purchase a copy for yourself or gift it to others. I've had a lot of coaches, coach training schools saying, you know what, we want to get a copy for all our students, or I want to get a copy and gift it. So whether it's physical or analog, it really is a great sort of year-end gift. And you can find that over at potentialsrealized.com at the store. Look under the digital resourcing, and it's sent to you as a download. Yeah, and as Michelle M says, yes, great gift, very affordable. And for the rest of the year, it's like $2.50 off. So it's like $27.50. You really can't go wrong, right? You can't go wrong with a digital resource like that to gift to your clients. Michelle B, what would you like to say?
Well, I was going to say I'm really thrilled to hear that it got the digital version, even though I really identify with it being analog and the importance of that. But, for me, and working remotely as well right now, more and more, it would give me that opportunity to use it on Zoom and share screen with folks when we're picking out, like the wheel of business or that kind. The tools are there. So I just think it's really great to have it more at our fingertips in that way, because sometimes I'm, like I did today, I'm holding things up at the screen and we're jumping off from there. Yes, exactly. So that's really wonderful. And I just remember back, it was a year ago now that I was doing the PlanDoTrack Facilitator training. So I'm fairly new to it, actually. And I just am always looking to, amazed at how much depth there is, how much more potential there is to learn it. And so I'm really looking forward to using the digital copies and continuing to learn that space forward for the folks that we're working with. So,
yeah. So for all of you, think about productivity. Like, where is productivity for you, right? We grow businesses. We are building businesses. And a big part of both PlanDoTrack and Coaching Business Builder are like, there's a whole section on marketing. So I've got a little piece around marketing that I want to take us to. And I want to see Michelle or Michelle's or anything else you wanted to share around PDT, as we affectionately call it, or Coaching Business Builder.
I think just like Michelle would say too, just thank you, Jen, for bringing yet another wonderful body of work into the world for such a time as this. Just really appreciate that. So thank you for saying yes to your passion project, I should say. We're all reaping the benefits. So.
Well, Thoreau said we create life in the margins of our own life. And people say, how do you keep writing? And it's like, I'm selfish. Like, my selfish time is writing time. And so I make sure as best as I can that I have like my 15 to 30 minutes regularly. It's not every day, but to do my writing. And every book that I've written now, including 2 that are coming out in this next year, have been influenced and like shaped by my clients saying, this is what I need. And it's been me going away and saying, like, how do I create a resource for people to be able to thrive? Obviously, in my world of work, remote work has not just been a 2-decade thing. I started out in the early 90s, and remote meant really remote, 5 days travel. Medical evacuations that would take me 2 hours of like getting into the only helicopter in a country, with the only helicopter pilot going over mountains and into like places that didn't even have GPS mapping in those days. Like, it's like we all need resourcing to help us do better work and to spend time, especially with this body of work of the productivity, like what are those moments we can find to really pause, reflect, so that we can move to our next phase, whatever that is, quicker, faster, better. And if we don't take that pause point, we're not going to see what's right in front of us because we haven't taken time. And that's the experiential educator in me, right? That's how I started in my career. It's interesting today listening to Paola, like I wish I'd met Paola as a grad student, right? I have a master's in environmental studies and I never went on to do my PhD, but having worked in sustainability for years, like it's such an important issue. And again, at my level or angle was the community piece, right? I was a community engagement specialist. How did we help people envision their world, and what did climate change mean on the ground to communities near the Amazon, like just north of the Amazon, when deforestation was happening at rapid rates, when salinization was happening in river streams, impacting both their fishing ability, which was like their livelihood, as well as any farming that was nearby. And so all of these, like I look around our room today and I look around the coaching world, you're all doing such important work that has immediate impact on the ground. And so in this phase of my life, I'm now like, how do we get more tools so that you can do your best work, taking your work forward? And part of that is the business piece. So we're going to go to a bit on business in just a minute, but Michelle B, anything you want to add? Yeah, over to you.
Yeah, I just love that quote you said about creating life in the margins of our own life. And I just want to say how grateful I am. And I'm sure I can speak for mostly everyone here too, that you have been doing this for us to create these really valuable resources. So much gratitude.
Well, thank you. Thank you. And thank you for being here today at the party, right? Because this is, people often say, don't you want to build a business? And it's like, I am with great people all day long. I have a business. I have a business that can scale without a lot of help, but there have been people in the background this year and the last few years helping me out, my book team, also others that, I have Lindsay, my VA, and I'm going to probably next year have an online business manager as well to help keep scaling the biz. Because here's the thing, I'm going to segue out. We're going to leave the land of productivity. We're going to go into business. We've only got about 50 minutes left. I want to do two things remaining. One being talk a little bit about business and marketing, and then we're going to segue into some trends for the virtual space for remote, digital, and also business elements. So what I'd love to see, though, while we still have everyone on the line, we're coming into the last hall, but what's been your biggest learning so far? Whether you joined us at the top of 10 a.m. or you dropped in later, with what you've heard in your day, what's been your biggest learning so far? And I'll get you to just put that in chat right now on a very transparent basis. One, it's going to allow me to bring open my slides, but two, I'd also love to hear what is the what is important, what has been impactful. Because one thing I started noticing in recent years, for years, and going back to when I started this business in 2004, as I started building out group coaching essentials, I also had a workshop and training essentials program as a precursor to group coaching essentials. Creating community was very important for me. It's just who I am as a human being. And so over the years, I've experimented with everything from, quarterly calls to, in recent years, like the bi-weekly calls, which many of you have seen over on YouTube. In this year, I've fallen into my love of challenges. I think many of you have gone through one or more challenges with me. If you haven't, there'll be more coming in 2021. But I'd love to hear from you as well. Any thoughts on what you need to keep yourself moving on a regular basis from a learning perspective? So first request would be, what's been your learning so far? Go to chat and just type in chat, like, what's been your biggest learning so far today? Whether you've been here for half an hour or 3 hours plus. That's a big time commitment in today's world. I'd love for you to just share in chat what your biggest learning has been. So Michelle, Bastock, biggest learning connection, continued focused on heart, hand, and brilliance of our work in the world. Absolutely. Marty's saying the kaleidoscope. And
Kaleidoscope.
I think Kathy Vaughan is going to be so happy to hear that. You know, I love that notion of the kaleidoscope. Michelle Mullins says authenticity, opportunity, sustainability, all standing out. Can't wait to preview all. Yeah, so you'll be able to go back and watch the full day. For Melissa, my biggest learning so far is an insight. It is possible to do more than one thing. Life in the margins. Spread the news. We can, right? Like, I'm not saying multitask because that will take us off focus, but we can fit in, I think, a lot more than we think we can if we want to, and if we are fueling ourselves. I'm going to go, so all these great comments. So Luisa, I'm going to go from the bottom up now. Power of the positive no. Defining our own boundaries is vital to be sustainable and authentic. Absolutely. Also, we've got comments like, let me shut this down. Let me go back in this way. Okay. Chat. There we go. Where is my chat? My chat is hiding. Marielle, create headroom, the puzzle tool, and Experienceify. Yeah, check it out. Absolutely. And I will probably be an affiliate for Experienceify soon if I haven't signed up for that yet. Jocelyn is saying mindset, skill set, and something else. So you know what? I'm going to get Michelle Mullins, or can I get someone who can see their chat? Because mine is rolling so fast. Can I get someone to read through some of these comments? I'd like to be a good reader.
You want me to help, Jen?
Yeah, Paola, do you mind reading a couple of the comments I haven't touched on yet?
Okay, where did you arrive? Sorry, Jennifer.
I dropped off probably Melissa, just above. What is above Melissa or below? I'm trying to see.
Jocelyn.
Jocelyn, can you read out Jocelyn's?
Where is it? Jocelyn. Mindset, skill set, and action set. Then Marielle, create headroom, the puzzle tool, and Experienceify. Yeah. And I put the link So
good.
Rich.
Yeah, that's good. And I found I've been able to reorganize my screen here. CJ's also said I've needed more focus. PlanDoTrack is definitely back on my radar. Definitely need to get back on track, trying to check in on my heart and what to do with it. Yeah. So grateful for the time and connection. And, you know, if you have a copy of PlanDoTrack, all you need to do is pick it up once or twice a week, I like to say, right? Just don't do it every day. Don't try to do it every day unless you want to do it every day. But even a couple of times a week, it's better than nothing, right? 10 minutes at a time. And in fact, the whole motto behind the body of work is daily steps plus consistent action equals momentum. Daily steps plus consistent action equals momentum. Even if it's not daily, 10 minutes, you know, over time, that creates so much more. And then Lee Wen is saying, expand my horizon in so many directions. Well, thank you. So I'm going to share my screen again, and we're going to jump in to a couple of things. We're going to jump in first into, we're going to flick on by here. I'm going to just jump around and conversations. I'll talk about the ecosystem. I want to actually first see what kind of remote professional are you? Okay, so this is a little new graphic that's going to show up in a book I'm writing right now on digital entrepreneurism. And we can see that there are lots of different types of entrepreneurs in the world. This is still a beta version. It may not show up in the world yet like this, but I'd love for you to share with us, what kind of remote professional are you? Grab your pen, grab your annotate. If you're watching this separately, like, share in the comments of YouTube or other, like, what kind of remote professional are you? And is there a type of remote professional that is missing here? So are you a planner? If you're a planner, I want you to dot a planner, okay? And so use annotation, stamp which one you hear. Are you a creative? So a creative might be creating a book, creating content, creating music, creating programs, creating products. Are you a diverger? And a diverger, like the diamond, might have multiple interests, multiple facets. I, in fact, consider myself to be a diverger, like the diamond. because I have so many interests. I can't just do one. I would love to do one, but that I would shrivel up, right? I actually get fueled by having so many different layers. Some of us as a remote professional or an entrepreneur are attracted to this because of the lifestyle, right? I was reading something this morning, and I'm not saying that remote work is glorious, because it's not when it's not by choice. But what I've appreciated, and actually it came from Lisa's question today, she asked about our opportunities. One thing that I've appreciated in the last 9 months is that I haven't had the same tension that I've had for years between my work in the remote space with my work in the in-person space. And many of my corporate clients know how hard it's been for me to juggle both worlds, because they'll be like, oh, can we hire you for like a day? And trying to even find a day in the schedule of a corporate, like of a remote worker, is hard if you don't think far enough out in advance. So if you are attracted to the lifestyle, whatever that lifestyle looks like in this moment in time, whatever moment in time you are, maybe we will go back to the world of the digital nomad. For us right now, many of us are having to travel vicariously, like I do every day. Maybe you're into social enterprise, creating a business that sustains change, societal change, community change, social justice change. Maybe some are side gig. We don't have any in the room here, but many professionals today are looking at increasing or shifting into entrepreneurial adventures. And whether that's because they've been laid off, or whether it's because, you know what, I'm not happy with what I'm doing, or I want to create something in my next phase, side gig, I think, is going to continue to be very, very big. Certainly in Canada, again, looking at our economics and looking at what's happened to the shock in many industries, side gigs are becoming full-time gigs. I'm finding I'm doing a lot of work these days with digital entrepreneurs, younger people especially, who are jumping in and saying, you know what, I have a gig, I have a job, but I want to gig out. I want to like have my own gig. I want to be able to like have my own business. Maybe not right now, but with choice, I want to segue there in the next 12 to 18 months. And that coaching work is work that I really love. It takes me again back to my roots as a group coach, where as a group coach, I started out as an entrepreneurial group coach, right? I was teaching at a business college. The dean said to me, hey, you know, could you like coach our business students through building a business plan? And I'm like, you don't want me to teach them? She's like, no, I want you to coach them through it. And it was like, yes. And that was 05, that was 2005. And as people actually in this region, I'm now in that region where I used to teach. I didn't live here at the time. And then it was like, oh, could you come and talk to this group and that group? And so, you know, lots of remote professionals are looking at this. Some of us may be visionaries or trailblazers. Trailblazers, you might see yourself as a pioneer, also learners and connectors. So thank you. And let me ask you one more thing while I've got a few people on the line. Like, is there a category that's missing here? Is there a category that's not represented in this realm? Paola, who's not there?
I don't know, maybe strategizer.
Ooh, strategizer. Yeah, I loved, and I think, Michelle, you were talking about the strategy, the tactical and practical, and the strategic strategizer. Anyone else that's not there? Okay, well, expect this to come up in some iteration in that new book coming in 2021. A few weeks ago, we did the Power Up Stand Up Virtually Challenge. And if you've been with me on one of the Stand Up Virtually Challenges, you might know that you know, there's a lot of power in getting into action in a 5-day period. My challenge framework that I like to use, it's usually a 30-minute call, sometimes 40 minutes, but we come together to look at one area to really get focused on, take action on, and keep moving. So we started with just a standout virtually challenge in August of 2020. By October, I did a second one, which was geared to the corporate sector. So I have a standout virtually corporate edition. And because it is becoming a bit of an addiction for me, you know, bringing people together in these challenge models, in December, I did the standout virtually Power Up, which was geared to really powering up at the start of the year. So if you missed those, each one of those is now a standalone course. You can actually run through it in your own time. Coming up in 2021, I'm committed to doing a team development one. So Stand Out Virtually team development, which I think in light of all the thrust and focus on team development is going to be quite important. And there will be another entrepreneurial one. So one probably around Stand Out Virtually, specific to marketing. Because here's why I mentioned that. A few weeks ago, in the recent weeks, I've been doing a couple of surveys. One being through the feedback of what people wanted in the Stand Out Power Up Challenge. And marketing was like 60% of people said, I want to have more around marketing. So in PlanDoTrack and Coaching Business Builders, section 3, remember section 3 of this entire book talks about marketing. I talk about the 9 marketing vehicles, you know, not quite as fun as these little RVs and different types of vehicles, but I want you to imagine for yourself, 2021, what is the vehicle you want to get in? Is there one type of action or activity you want to undertake consistently to get the word out about your message, whether you are a leadership coach, a sustainability coach, a parent coach? What is the vehicle you really want to put attention around? And it might be not these, it might be speaking, it could be blogging, it could be article writing, podcasting, networking, product development, could be lunch and learns, could be, you know, going out and doing an association meeting or speaking to an association. It could be trade shows, as well as the rest of the social network, right? So you could be on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, all of them. Share with us, what is the one vehicle you want to put some attention around in the new year? So have a moment and let us know, what do you want to focus on in 2021 consistently, maybe in the margins of your life. So for Michelle B, it's blogging and podcasting. What else? Articles as well. Kim M is saying associations. Marielle, lunch and learns, product development. Jocelyn, blogging. What else? All right, there we go. Networking, product development, associations, lunch and learns, articles, speaking. So there's no one right way, but I want to challenge you. Here's the challenge. I know we have a holiday coming up, but I would like you to take 15 minutes to actually do a mind map. 15 minutes to do a mind map on the vehicle you have chosen. And I want you to take all your ideas out of your head around that one vehicle, put it on a piece of paper, and then take a photo of it and share it with us. Okay, so like I want some accountability around this, because what tends to happen is, oh, I'm going to do it, but then we don't do it, and then we forget what our ideas are, and then we don't take action. So imagine if you could start 2021 with a 15-minute mind map, which might have 10, 20, even 50 different ideas on it, which every day you could build upon, right? Every week, 52 weeks in a year. What's one thing you could do consistently in 2021? Could you be doing a new article of the week? Could you be posting a new blog post? Could you be putting something on Instagram or the social media you keep saying you're going to be on? Imagine doing something one day a week and now having a mind map or other resource that's going to help you cut through the writer's block, creative block, because you can do it. So challenge to you, if you do that, share it with us, hashtag it, let's talk virtual, okay, because that'll be me, or stand out virtually, right? Like hashtag it, stand out virtually, and I'll be looking for that next time I'm on social media. So Coaching Biz Growth Lab, some of you have been with me in the lab programs. Just a reminder, those are my annual programs that run all year. If you've been with me on a shorter program and want something like super budget friendly, join me in 2021, either at the Coaching Biz Growth Lab or the Learning Lab and Design Studio. At the Coaching Biz Growth Lab, we're going to be talking all about what we've just touched on here. It really is, you know, the content creation, it's the business planning, it's the branding, it's the products, it's the challenges. It is not the depth or frequency like you've had in Incubator or any of my Essentials programs, but it's a long-term. It's a long-term, twice a month, and very budget friendly, like $167 a month if you go for one. If you go for both, you could have me 52 weeks next year for $325 a month. So we're going to do a creative break while you think about that, because here's the fun piece. We learn when we draw, right? This is going to be my 2021 learning. I'm going to become a graphic facilitator. I'm excited. I'm such a bad drawer. So this is going to take me out of my comfort zone. But here's our little creative break, which is we're going to take 4 minutes to learn how to draw a Christmas tree on a car. I bet you didn't think that you'd figure or do that when you came to this party. So I'm going to put my glasses on. Cheryl is back in the room, and Cheryl, you've come right at the right time. Welcome back, Cheryl. We're going to do a bit of a creative break. Everyone will need a pen. We're going to learn from this creative break how to draw a Christmas tree on a car. And I have to say thank you to lovetodrawthings.com. Amazing, amazing website that I just found, and it will break down. Every day they break down a new drawing to have. This might be something fun that you could add, you know, to your back of the napkin drawing at holiday dinner. Maybe you could add it to your, you know, your actual Christmas cards or holiday cards or New Year's cards. Or why I was thinking about this was because I was building out my slides late last night going, okay, we're talking marketing vehicles. Okay, so we've activated your thinking on marketing vehicles, but now I want you to lock it in by never looking at a Christmas tree on a car the same way. Okay, now you're imprinted. Next time you see a Christmas car go, or a car with a Christmas tree going down the road with it on it, you might start to think about marketing. And that's a good thing as a business owner. So let's grab our pens. And I want you to follow with me. We're going to follow these steps. And the first step is we're just going to draw number 1. Okay, so draw number 1. It looks like what? It looks like a rectangle. Okay. Number 2, we're going to put a dome on that rectangle. Number 3, we're going to put wheels on the car. Number 4, we're going to give that car some white walls, or I don't know what they're called, the white spot on the car. And we're also going to give the top part of the car a little bit of a band. That's step 4. Now we're going to add a tree to the top. Notice it's 3 pieces. You're going to start on the left with your triangle. Give it some fur. The next one, mid part, give it some fur or some scratches. And then another line coming out and some more scratches. That is step 5. Mine doesn't quite look like the one on the thing, but it will get better. And then number 6, we're going to put a trunk on the tree, because if you came here to Canada and met me anywhere from the summer of 1989 to 1992, I was planting trees in the Canadian bush. That's how I went through university and grad school without any student debt. I worked in the bush. As a young woman, there were 5 women and 50 men in these bush camps. People wonder, like, how are you so strong? Well, because I was in a bush camp with 50 men. I learned to be Baby Jen. That was my name, Baby Jen. So we've got now the tree on the car. Maybe it's one of the ones I planted 40 years ago, 30 years ago. And now we're just going to put the windows on the car so that you can roll down the road with your windows open in case you need to air out your car, that you have your tree in the snow, and you can paint this afterwards. So I'd like to just stop my share. I'm going to not end the meeting, but I'm going to actually stop the share. I'd love for you to just show all of us, what does your drawing look like? Put it up. I'm going to take a photo of this, a screenshot, and then we can show our magic work that happened in just a minute. So hold it up. Just keep holding it up. And you know what? I'm going to take it on my phone so that I can actually see it, because I can't get to that screen. Keep holding. Ooh, look at the artists in the house. All right. Fantastic. So check out that website. I think it's a really cool website, and hope that was just a bit of a creative break. And yes, Michelle, I'm so glad you brought the digital version. Can you tell us, Michelle, where you got your antlers? Because they're not physical ones. Where did you get your digital antlers?
Yeah, so it's a Zoom thing. If you go down to your video and go to the video settings and click on background and filters, and then over to video filters, you can find a whole treasure of fun ones that you can play with. But
run that again, because I know the first time you showed me this, I was like, wow. Okay,
yeah.
so where do we go? We go to the bottom of the corner.
Yeah, where the little video camera is in your Zoom, and hit the little toggle and video settings. Then once you go there, find background and filters. There you go. Some people are finding it. And then under there, click on video filters.
I don't have any at all. That's
some people, I don't know if it's the type of computer that you have, maybe, that it's not coming, or need to update Zoom.
Love
it. So much fun.
So try it out. You can put lipstick on too. There's a lipstick function as well under that for those that don't like to wear makeup but feel that maybe they should have some lipstick on. Lovely, Paola. That matches Kathy's lion, right? So I hope that that's been fun, something new, something learning, and yeah, you can play around with that. You can spend some time with your folks on that. I'm going to head back into our slide deck. Thank you again, PlanDoTrack Facilitators. Save the date if you're with me in any of the lab programs in also in the incubator or a mastermind. I haven't even talked today about the new mastermind I'm going to be launching in 2021, which is actually going to be a 6-month mastermind. If you've enjoyed our time together today, I'm going to be hosting 2 2-hour masterminds every month. Along with, you get a seat at either 60-day Coaching Business Builder or into the incubator again to take up your skills. So I'll send more info if anyone's interested. It's Amplify. It's called the Amplify Virtually Mastermind. We'll come back to this. This is what it looks like. So I'm really excited. It's like amplify. And it's not just about standing out. It's about like amplify. So I won't take the time to selfishly go through like all the elements of this logo, other than to say, many of you know, the wonderful years that I lived and worked out of the Caribbean. Part of my family is still in the Caribbean. We always have heated debate in my family around, do we stay in Canada? Do we go back to the Caribbean? For now, we of course are here because our son is not yet off at university, but I'm intentionally putting out the crystal blue waters of the Caribbean into this brand and hope that in 3 years, I will be back in that space. The speech bubble represents, of course, all these brands of like, come, let's amplify discussion and be together in dialogue. And that's really going to be like a deep dive into, you know, helping you grow as a professional, helping you amplify your message, your business, your products and services, your offers, as well as the community and your connections. So if you're interested in learning more, there's a brochure, and let's set up a call to discuss. For now, though, I want to take us into the now what, right? Like today, there's been great learning. There's been fun. We've got unicorn hats on. I like yours, Luisa. And some brilliant presentations. And it really is now about the now what. Where are we going? What are the next trends? So I want to share a little bit about, you know, trends I'm sort of seeing on the horizon for 2021, because part of my work as a coach and an author and with the people that I work with, it's really helping you not only identify where you want to go, but also saying like, here's what we're seeing from research. here's what we're projecting, as well as some of the potential trends, so that you can stay ahead of the curve and not be running to catch up. And just like this great graphic, right? Like, I think most of us, including myself, are going to be excited to like say bye-bye to 2020. It's been a great year, but it's been a very difficult year. Many of us, myself included, have had, health issues on multiple levels. I was very sick at the early part of the pandemic, which they said was not COVID, but after my hair started falling out, I was wondering, like, really? Then my dad being in hospital twice this year as well. It's like been a difficult year. At the same time, we are so connected, right, to the emojis, right? We have been able to connect in with wonderful people, take our creative pursuits out, hopefully find some time for brainstorming as well. So this little next bit is just to highlight some virtual, remote, and digital trends, things on the horizon, I think, for groups, teams, and businesses in the next year if they are not there already. And I think some organizations are already moving into this space. So for yourself as a business, think about how you might be supporting these elements or not. And I think I keep coming back to, it's not I think, I know that I keep coming back to this. What are we calling our work? Because the nomenclature of our work continues to shift in so many ways. If you've been with me at all this year, in the last 6 months, I've been saying and asking the question, what do you call your work? So are you calling your work virtual these days, digital, online, or remote? I've just done a poll. I would love all of you to vote and let us know, what are you calling your work right now? Is it online? Is it virtual? Is it digital? Is it remote? There's no right answer here, but I think it really speaks to, we are all in a space that is multi-layered. And so I keep asking this question because as a writer, I want to make sure that my work gets out into the world and is recognized. So almost everyone has voted. Here's what our group says. I'm going to share the results. 79% of you call your work virtual. 21% of you call it online. Now it's interesting, people who probably follow me are maybe more in the virtual sense than the online sense. Many, I think, if we're working with a team, interestingly, I think, listen to teams across industries. I am hearing a lot about virtual conversations, but remote work, right? Like there's a layer there. Online, we could be developing online courses or digital courses. I've just spent, not all day by any means, I spent like pockets of the last 3 days at a digital marketing conference. Fascinating, absolutely fascinating in terms of like, we are incorporating and doing the things that most digital marketers are just starting to do. And that blows my mind to have been at a conference called Digital Marketing, where the marketers are doing what we do as business owners. I'm not a marketing specialist by any means, but certainly I do hold my own weight. So thank you, Melissa, saying she goes back between virtual and online. And there's no right answer. Again, we need to put our clients in the space. So with that, like this, you might be finding that your work is continuing to go through different iterations as you step into 2021. I think a big one that will be on the horizon, hopefully, in sooner rather than later, will be the reality of the hybrid world. Right? And people have found that remote work is complex, but hybrid work is even more complex. And so our discussions today and this week around, how do you really help people thrive in the remote space is going to be of continued importance as we think about the hybrid world. Hybrid in this sense, meaning some people may be in an office space, some people may be continuing to work remote. Some organizations, because of economics, will be shutting down certain locations, but yet still having like other physical locations that remain open. So how do you build teams? How do you build organizations? How do you maintain and scale cultures, organizational cultures, team cultures? So I think we have some really exciting times ahead in the space of not just online, digital, virtual, remote, but also hybrid. And this is actually right now, my writing project right now is working on a manuscript that I've been sitting on for 2.5 years around virtual and remote work. but I am now going back in and adding a whole hybrid layer because I think the next iteration truly is going to be hybrid. Just on that, and I know many of you have come for like resourcing. In chat, share with us, like, where are you going for good resources around virtual remote work? Are you turning to HBR? We heard a couple of people mentioning, I think Kathy was mentioning that collaboration work, the challenges with it over collaboration, which I think she had mentioned MIT. It would be great to just share any good resources that you're dipping into in terms of remote work. For Michelle Mullins and I at the Remote Pathways podcast, as podcasters, we're you know, I won't call it selfish because we work hard to be podcasters, but we're really able to listen into a lot of very interesting conversations. And a few weeks ago, I was at a conference. We were the community sponsors at the world's largest remote work conference. Fascinating to really just be hearing the dialogue, which is very aligned with what we've been talking about right now. But one of the things that is key is there's a paucity, there's a lack of good resourcing. So does anyone have any good resources that they'd be willing to share in chat? And if not, I'm taking that as a validation that, you know what, there aren't a lot of good resource bases. It's not under one umbrella. It's sort of very diffuse in the world. So take a moment, share with us if you have any resources around that, because I've realized, and this has been a multi-year journey, really, you know, to be heard in today's space, of course, it's about the consistent messaging. And as much as, you know, I will say on my part as being a podcaster and a writer, I'm always amazed at like how big the world is. So I'd invite you to think about, how do you want to be showing up in 2021, right? What is the consistent message you want to share? Where do you want to share it? What type of events do you want to take people through? If you've never heard me speak about the virtual learning ecosystem, which comes out of effective virtual conversations, there are many different ways that we can be having conversations. Most of us on today's call, I think, would be in this coaching, team development, facilitating peer learning realm. We, of course, are getting pulled into meetings. Some of us may have video-based learning courses, online courses. We have educators on the line, and certainly a lot of educators who will be listening. And then, well, often when I'm presenting, I'm speaking to e-learning specialists, right? So people who are designing asynchronous learning as well as synchronous learning. Regardless of where we play on this stage, I think the competitive advantage we bring as coaches is people are hungry for live virtual events, like we've done today. Come, have an experience. We didn't do as much breakout work as probably, you know, would be great for all of us, but, you know, a live event where you can not just listen in, but you can listen in after if you can't make it. So think about what was going to help you expand out. And the beauty of that is it goes back to something I said early at the start of the day, is it also helps us build that connection, right? As we get in our marketing vehicles or get in our programming vehicles, how do we keep aiming to build connection with people's context, people's connection to you, to others, the technology, and then what you are offering. So if you think about the world of work and the type of programmings I offer, different programmings are looking at different types of levers. If you've gone through Virtual Facilitation Essentials with me, it's all about becoming a better facilitator in this space. It is about taking the technology to get the content out in the world. If you've been with me in Group Coaching Essentials, it's about helping people connect to you, to each other, so that they can have those conversations moving forward. And certainly the incubator is really about that whole spectrum. As I roll out the masterminds in 21, 22, and going forward, there'll be months that are earmarked to each of these different layers and elements. So we're going to do a bit of vision casting. If you were with me a few weeks ago, we did a microbite around this. I want to do a second microbite because for many, this is the last day that you might be in the office. So I want you to just think about your world right now. And as we step into 2021, What are the major pieces of work you want to focus on? Take a minute, grab a piece of paper or keep writing. Let's take a minute of what are the pieces of your work that you want to be focusing on in 2021. Okay, we're going to move to the next question. And I'd like you to think about the resources you need. We often don't think about what's going to help us get there. Are there people? Are there financial resources? Are there other resources that are going to help you get there? Okay. And we talked a while ago about some of the PlanDoTrack resources. So for Michelle D and Michelle M, here's a digital version of one of the pages. Annual vision. It's a really powerful, it's really powerful not just to set our vision, but also to start bucketing it down into different areas. So I want to give us just 2 minutes right now for you to maybe zoom into a couple of these 8 buckets that you see here. There's really only 6 on the page. Financially, like what are your goals for 2021? As business owners, we may feel a little uncomfortable setting a financial goal, but I want to encourage you to actually put a number down. Maybe even like challenge yourself to amplify what that number is. How about clients? How many people do you want to work with? How many individuals? How many groups? How many teams? How many organizations? And what about programs or products? Maybe you want to bring something new out into the world. What is that product or program goal? We're going to start with the first 3. So we'll take a minute to just do the first 3 buckets. Okay, so financial, client, product, and program. What are your core goals in those 3 areas for 2021? Okay, we're going to go to the last three. Lifestyle and health goals. We are only as good as our engine is. I say that as someone who has faced significant health challenges at different stages of my career, from vision loss to other. I think part of it was not being balanced with lifestyle and health. So what are your goals around that? What are your marketing goals? We talked earlier, is there a vehicle? Is there something you want to do consistently? And finally, what are the projects you want to engage with? Let's take 2 more minutes to give you some thinking time on these. About 30 more seconds. All right. And one more, which is, what do you want to put on your vision board? We've talked about a few of them. If you were to fill in these different elements, what would you put in these different photo spaces or post-it notes? Take a minute to just jot out what you'd put on your 2021 vision board. All right, well, we're almost coming to the top of the hour. I think I've got a couple more slides that I will just leave you with, think of your priorities. I want to just get you to lean in here and see which of these photos captures your attention. Is there one of these that you want to layer on to what you've just put on your piece of paper? Maybe it's the puzzle piece, the lighthouse, the windy road, the computer. Pick one, add it on if it's of value and service. There's always one more layer to our work. I want to say a big thank you for those that have been here. I know many have to run to their next call. It's been so great to see you. I want to wish you a fantastic, fantastic holiday season. This is going to get uploaded. I hope that you'll note for yourself the theme of 2021. I look forward to continuing to support you in your work in lots of different ways. Know that with a format like this, might do another one mid-year. Certainly I'm going to do another one of these at the end of next year. But the challenges will be back in 2021. So do join me. Maybe you'll join me for Amplify, or let's set up a talk. And actually you can take your card, you can actually take your phone right now. If I clear this space, you can take your phone and you can scan the QR code. That'll take you to a QR code, obviously. And you can, if I can move us out of the way, you can actually scan it and it will take you to my booking page for the next few days if you want to meet up before the holidays. If not, you know where to find me in the remote world. Thank you. What were people's biggest takeaways? What did you enjoy? I'm going to stop sharing here so that we can see each other before we go. What was a key takeaway for everyone? Michelle loved spending time together. What did you like? Luisa, what was enjoyable for you?
I enjoyed the learning from others and sharing some thoughts.
Nice. Paola, thank you for presenting as well. What was your learning from today?
Yes, so thank you, Jennifer. I just written the power of connection in a virtual space.
Yeah. Now we had our Michelle's as well. Michelle B, what was your learning today or your takeaway?
Oh, I just wrote in the chat the rich tapestry of our work and our connection. Very grateful for that.
Well, thank you for adding to the tapestry, as well as you, Michelle Mullins. Everyone knows where to find their digital hats now. Thank you, Michelle Mullins. What was your learning today?
I just enjoyed being in this, the power of connection and learning from one another. So I enjoyed and appreciated everybody's voice here.
Absolutely. Marty, I've seen you taking lots of notes. What's your takeaway?
Oh yeah, the vision for 2021. And I'm delighted. Michelle Mullins is your co-host on the podcast.
She is the podcast co-host. Michelle and I rode together.
I listen to you guys all the time.
There you go. Marielle, it was good to see you. What was your takeaway from today?
It was all very good. I'm very selfish with my time. I don't jump on very many workshops, but when I saw this one, I said, this will be really good. For me, it was really the last piece, the vision piece, you know, because we spend so much time thinking, but to sit down and even just to take, it's amazing what we can do in 10 minutes.
10 minutes. That's all we need. That's all we need. Well, thank you, everyone. Melissa, Jocelyn, Li Wen, Chiang Ming, Cheryl. Have I missed anyone? Thank you for being here in the 17th annual, hard to believe, 17th annual year-end group and team programs call. I hope you will be with me this time next year as we do something maybe even bigger and bolder than this year. But this stood out. I think this stands out virtually. If you're watching it online, please let us know what your learning was. And thank you. All the best to you, your loved ones for the holiday season. Continue doing great work, and we'll see you in 2021. All right, everyone. Take care. Yep. Virtual hugs. High five.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye, everyone. See
Happy
you
New
soon.
Year.
Take
See
care.
you soon.
Bye.